We're back from closed session, and our city attorney tonight will give us the reportable action.
Okay, in addition to a number of non-economic items, including a reopener on constructive receipt issues and health benefits language cleanup, the bargaining groups and the city have agreed upon the following economic items and directed staff to finalize revised MOUs and execute the same. With regards to a tentative agreement for the police mid-management, it's a 2-year agreement on a motion by Councilmember Trujillo, seconded by Councilmember Guerra, and a unanimous vote. The following economic items were approved. 3.5% base wage increase effective the first full pay period following today's date. An incentive to reach agreement and in recognition of a ratification vote, and employees who maintain continuity of operations for the city's critical infrastructure during the COVID-19 pandemic, $2,500 one-time lump sum effective the first full pay period following today's date. 3.5% base wage increase effective the pay period that includes July 1st, 2022. And in recognition of the unit giving up legal defense fund monies, city agrees to increase the uniform allowance by $370. Raise pay for covering the chief's absence from $25 to $50, and agree to a 5% for the detective sergeant. And I believe that's a 5% incentive increase. Correct, Isaac? 5% increase for the detective sergeant is incentive pay? Incentive pay, yes. Okay, on a motion by Councilmember Guerra and seconded by Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, a unanimous vote for a tentative agreement with the Selma Police Officers Association, which is a 3-year agreement. The economic items are as follows. 3% base wage increase effective the first full pay period following today's date. An incentive to reach agreement and in recognition of ratification vote and employees who maintain continuity of operations for the city's critical infrastructure during the COVID-19 pandemic. $2,500 one-time lump sum effective the first full pay period following today's date. 3% base wage increase effective the pay period that includes July 1st, 2022, and a 3% base wage increase effective the pay period that includes July 1st, 2023. Agree to add Arabic and American Sign Language to bilingual pay. Safety dispatchers uniform allowance increased from $300 to $500, and the revised education incentive to payment for any field and not limited to related to their work or with local government in general. On a motion by Councilmember Guerra and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Cho, a unanimous vote for the tentative agreement for the firefighter mid-management is a 2-year agreement, with the economic aspects being 4% base wage increase effective the first full pay period following today's date. An incentive to reach agreement and in a recognition of a ratification vote and employees who maintain continuity of operations for the city's critical infrastructure during the COVID-19 pandemic. $5,000 one-time lump sum effective the first full pay period following today's date. 3% base wage increase effective the pay period that includes July 1st, 2022. Deletion of the legal defense fund from MOU confirming city not pay any amounts. Cap incentive pays at 25% for employees hired on July 1st, 2021 and after. Add language regarding reimbursable mutual aid incentives paid at time and 1/2. Revise captain vacation accrual rate to be consistent with local 3716. And the education incentive payments for any AA, AS, BA, or BS and not restricted to specific degrees. And last, a motion by Councilwoman Guerra, seconded by Councilwoman Mendoza Navarro on a unanimous vote for the firefighter, International Association of Firefighters Local 3716, with, which is a 2-year agreement with the economic interest to be 4% base wage increase effective the first full pay period following today's date. As an incentive to reach agreement and in recognition of ratification vote and employees who maintain continuity of operations for the city's critical infrastructure during the COVID-19 pandemic, $5,000 one-time lump sum effective the first full pay period following today's date. A target equity adjustment effective the first full pay period following today's date in an effort to assist with non-safety paramedic retention issues. 3% base salary adjustment for the non-safety paramedic classifications. A 3% base wage increase effective the pay period that includes July 1st, 2022. A targeted equity adjustment effective the pay period that includes July 1st, 2022 in the effort to assist with non-safety paramedic retention issues. 2% base salary adjustment for the non-safety paramedic classification. Cap incentive pays at 25% for employees hired on July 1st, 2021 and after. Increase uniform allowance amounts for EMS employees from 300 to 500. And education incentive payments for any BA, or BS, and not restricted to specific degrees. That is all that is reported out. No other action was taken in closed session.
Thank you, City Attorney. With that, we'll bring it back and adjourn this special meeting, and we will reopen for our Selma City Council regular meeting and special joint meeting of the successor agency, Public Financing Authority and Community Enhancement Corporation at 6 o'clock.
are ready.
All right, with that, we will open our Selma City Council regular meeting and special joint meeting of the Successor Agency, Public Financing Authority, and Community Enhancement Corporation. The date is August 16th, 2021. The time is 6:01 p.m. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N2920. The teleconference phone number is 1301-715-8592. The ID is 844-5553-4222. And with that, we will have our invocation led by Pastor Nelson Schwam, Church of the Redeemer. Welcome, Pastor.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for having us here tonight to say this invocation. If you would all bow your hearts with me this evening as we offer this prayer. Father, I thank you for this day that you have given us, and I rejoice in your work within our lives and within our community. I thank you for the community of Selma and for the individuals, families, churches, organizations, and businesses that have worked hard to help bring opportunities and hope to the community in which we live. I pray for the families and businesses in our community who have recently experienced losses due to the pandemic and other factors that were outside of their control. Bring healing and peace to our many homes and neighborhoods and restore what has been lost. I pray for your presence and blessing over this council meeting tonight, and pray that you would give wisdom and grace to each council member and city staff member as they continue to work for our community. Give wisdom where wisdom is needed and grace where grace is needed. I pray that all that is done would be for your glory. And I pray this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Here. Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Just as a reminder, if you're on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. We're going to move one of the public hearing items up tonight in time to as close to 6 p.m. as possible per election code 21607.1. That public hearing item is the second public hearing to receive input from the community regarding the redrawing of election district boundaries. Report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. I'd like to introduce Shalise Tilton. Shalise, I will turn it over to you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. It's good to be back. I was here on August 2nd. Much of what you're going to see tonight is similar to what you saw on August 2nd. And that, as you recall, is by design. It's for those who are just now coming on board with the redistricting process. We want to make sure they get the same presentation, have the same information as the others. So I can share my screen, or you have the PowerPoint there? Okay, let's see. So I either need the host to allow me to share my screen, or, okay. All right, can everyone see the PowerPoint okay? All right, give me just a moment here. Get my screen so I can see it. So tonight we are here at our second pre-draft map hearings. So the law requires that you hold 4 hearings total, 2 of those before the draft hearing, 2 after. And we just received the census data, but what you need to know is that census data is in the rough legacy format, as we expected. The state believes it would take about a week for them to put all the pieces of the data together, so it's in a usable form, it's in a usable database. After the state gets that reformatted, the state then needs to zero out all the state prisons and reassign those prisoners to their home locations. They initially thought that would take about 6 weeks. We're hoping it'll be a little sooner, but we're not expecting the official census data, the California adjusted data that is, until late September or early October. It's probably going to be more late September. After that data is released, there is a 3-week mandated waiting period that the city has to not produce any maps, can't produce any maps before that 3-week mandated waiting period. And the city's consultant cannot produce maps during that waiting period. And the reason for that is to give the public the opportunity to get the final California adjusted data and to study it and to make any changes to maps they may have already started drawing. Then we'll be back in February to start looking at draft maps and to finally adjust them, to adopt a map, hopefully by March 21st. The final deadline to adopt is April 17th. Go to the next slide, please. When we are drawing the maps, we are guided by federal law and California law. The federal law, equal population is the requirement, and we must use the official census data. So we can't adjust for areas that we thought were undercounted. We can't make any adjustments to the data that we're given, except for we must follow the California official data after they take that equal population and they adjust it to zero out the prisons and reassign those prisoners to their home locations. Then the Federal Voting Rights Act requires that we can't draw districts in a way that would dilute the voting strength of our protected class citizens. That includes minority language citizens, such as our Latinx community. And then also we can't draw maps solely based on race. So race can be a factor, but it cannot be the prominent or the only factor when we're drawing the maps. Instead, you want to look at things like shared culture, shared language spoken at home, common social networks, common history. Those are the types of things you want to look at when you're grouping a neighborhood. Race can be a factor, just not the only factor. When we're looking at the second column, this is the Fair Maps Act, and this is new. This is new since the city created its districts. The criteria will be familiar because when we created districts for the city of Selma, we did follow this criteria. But the difference is this time it's mandated we follow all 4 of these, and they're in order of priority. So geographically contiguous is a requirement, meaning each district needs to just have one single solid boundary. Second, undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. This is the important part that we're going to be wanting to hear from the council and the community today on what are those neighborhoods and what are those communities of interest. And we need to know if those particular communities should be kept together for their fair and equitable representation. Third, the next criteria the state legislature spelled out is easily identifiable boundaries. This often means following streets, following railways, common markers in the city that are easily verbalized. 4, compactness. And when you're talking about compactness, we're not necessarily talking about the size or shape, but we're talking about not bypassing one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. And then prohibited is favoring or discriminating against a political party. Once we've met all that listed criteria, we can look at other traditional principles, such as minimizing those voters that are shifted from a 2022 election year to a 2024 election year. So each of the 4 districts is assigned an election year, and those folks that are currently planning on voting in 2022, we're going to try to keep as many of them in a 2022 district as possible, so they don't have to wait an additional 2 years to vote. Also, if all things being equal and we have met all the prioritized criteria, we can look at drawing lines to avoid head-to-head contests between incumbents. We always say, rather than have a demographer's pen choose who has earned re-election, we'd rather leave that up to the voters to choose who is earned reelection through their voting. We can slightly underpopulated district. When we're talking about equal population, there's a little bit of allowance, and that allowance is no more than 10% between the least populated and the greatest populated district. So it's going to be about 600 people between the smallest district and the greatest district. So if you know there's an area that's going to have a housing development and there's going to be quite a few more people, you could slightly underpopulate it within that 10% difference between the smallest district and the largest district. And then another guiding principle, often, and it's optional, is to preserve the core of the existing districts. The voters now have learned these districts and know where they are, so that's often a consideration, is keeping the existing core of the existing districts. Since the data was delayed, we did provide 2020 estimates of the total population, and we'll see if this holds true after California does its adjustment. But bottom line, we believe wasn't tremendous growth. I believe about 1,500 is what we were estimating from 2010 census data. But keep in mind that these are estimates, and since City of Selma is a relatively small city, when these numbers are so small, the percentage of deviation, and that's what I'm talking about, the difference between the least populated and the greatest populated, this can sway greatly just by a few numbers. What right now, if our estimate holds true, then the districts would not be population balanced, and we would have to go back and make some adjustments, because you can see that District 2 is slightly over, is at 13.39 above the ideal population, and that's District 2, and then District 3 is also slightly over, and District 4 would be under by 12% if those numbers hold true. I would not worry too much about these numbers yet until we get the official ones, but our indications show that there's been some growth in Districts 2 and 3. Next slide. We've provided maps showing where the Latino population, the concentrated neighborhoods of your Latino population, and mostly they're everywhere in the city except for possibly the east edge of the city, but it's a very well integrated city, and of course a high population of our Latinx community. And we don't see large geographic concentrations of Asian American, African American, or Native American citizen voting age population. Next slide. So the purpose of this hearing is to get some feedback from the council, get some feedback from the public on what are your neighborhoods and what are those boundaries of the neighborhoods. Keep in mind when you're talking about your neighborhood, I need to hear street names or landmarks so that we can actually translate that to a map. So if you can tell me, things like what divides your neighborhoods, are there highways, what are the borders of your neighborhood? Are they areas around parks or schools or other landmarks? Next slide. So then in addition to neighborhoods, there are other things that define communities. And so we want to hear that. What is your community? A community must, for purposes of redistricting, be in a concentrated geographic area, but there are also shared characteristics that may not be an exact neighborhood, but do have a concentrated area, say a particular area that's impacted by different needs, such as public safety, health, transportation, housing, also shared social or economic interests, maybe those that live in rental housing versus homes owned by single family homes by owner, or multi-family dwellings such as apartments. Those are some things that kind of define a community. Sometimes the age of the community, you have a historic area and then you have newer areas. Sometimes that defines a community. We want to hear from you. You know your community best. The council knows this community best. The people who live there know the community. So we want to know what those communities are and what they benefit from being included within a single district. So sometimes they may benefit from having multiple representatives. meaning you would have, two districts touch this particular community. And next slide. This time we do have a definition of community of interest. We've not had that before. And a community of interest, keep in mind that it needs to be a population, and a population that shares common social or economic interests. And then the question is, should this population, this geographically concentrated population, be included in a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation? Then communities of interest don't include relationships with political parties. They don't include incumbents or political candidates. Next slide. One question that we asked the council last time, and we want to receive some direction today on if the council wants to include mapping tools for the public to use these tools to prepare and submit maps. The alternative would be to hear public testimony on these neighborhoods. We take notes of this testimony, and then we translate it to a map. So this is something that we want to get direction on tonight. The first item is an interactive review map that you'll have. There's no cost to that. I'll try to get the census block population included on that. That will help the folks this time if they want to use that map to see if they tweaked a few lines, how much population would be affected. The purchased tools that you could consider are the Maptitude Online Redistricting. As a caliper is a company, the vendor that makes that tool, and it's an expensive tool. It's $4,500. It's the same type of tools that we use as demographers to draw, only there's a public version of it. And then if you purchase that tool, then you also get the other two tools that are, they would be included in that bundle. The other two tools are, one is a District R simple neighborhood mapping tool. This one, you take a paintbrush and you paint census blocks to draw your tool. And then we also offer paper kits for those who are not comfortable with the tools. Or as I said, some jurisdictions just rely on public testimony of the neighborhoods to draw and rely on us to draw the maps. It's the city's choice. Next slide. I believe this is the last slide of my deck, and it's just reiterating what we want to hear from the public and hear from the council. And what is your neighborhood? What are those boundaries? Are there other notable areas in the city, and what are their boundaries? And then if you have any questions about the options for mapping tools, I'll be happy to answer those. And hoping today we're able to identify some areas, because as I mentioned, the law has changed, and it's the Fair Maps Act. It was AB 849 that affected the Fair Maps Act. Actually wants us to clearly define what those communities of interest are, so that when we are presenting maps, we can be able to clearly articulate how the communities were impacted or not impacted by those maps. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for your report. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Before we open it up to the public for the public hearing, does council have any questions for our demographer tonight before we open up the public hearing?
I have a question. In regards to the previous, I know that last year we were in the same situation, or the year before we were discussing, and we had the information provided to us by your firm. Are we and can we use the previous residents' maps that they had provided and submitted to our council?
Yes. Mm-hmm. There will be some population shifts, so there may need to be some population adjusting, but those maps, we still have maps available. There was a particular one that is of interest.
I was just asking in regards to, I know there are some residents that came the last year and were very adamant about, submitting their maps, and I'm just saying that maybe that would be best so they could know that they could use their map and still have the right to present that.
Yeah, they can use their maps, and then there will be some population shifts as mentioned, but there can be adjustments to that.
Okay. And with that, we will open up the public hearing to the public for any input tonight. Would anyone like to give their input tonight on redistricting during this second of 4 public hearing meetings? Come on up, sir.
Jim Avalos, 1701 Dinuba. The question I'm going to ask this young lady here, you said earlier that there'll be a release of prisoners from incarceration in geographical City of Selma. The question I'm going to ask you right now is, do you know where the geographical prisoners are going to be released, in what area? Is it going to be District 2, District 1, District 3? At this point, you must have some kind of knowledge.
Actually, we don't. The state of California has that list of prisoners' home addresses. So we have no idea what that number is going to be, of how many of those prisoners would be reassigned to the city of Selma, because there's not a state penitentiary in or state prison in Selma. Then it's not going to be a big change.
So you're looking at maybe less than 100?
They will not give us that information.
Oh, okay.
Well, no.
Let me ask you
Yeah.
a question. Okay, next question, number 3. Well, how soon do you have that information from the state prison?
We're
Or
expecting to
incarceration?
have, the California statewide database has the information they need from the prisons, and they'll be reassigning them there to their home addresses. And we will get all of those finalized numbers after they're reassigned to their home addresses. We'll get that at the end of September.
Okay. And then as far as the last mapping that we had done, previous council approved, we based it on the census, am I correct? Percentage of the geographical census in the populated areas, am I correct? The ones that
Yes, it was the 2010 census.
Yeah, 2020 census. Any changes from that point on from what we have now as far as the census?
We don't know exactly what those changes are, what those numbers are going to be. We're guessing that it's going to be about 1,600 difference.
Oh, okay, 1,600, okay. Okay, thank you very much for your information input. Thank you.
Actually, my math it may be less than that.
Oh, so it won't be that significant.
You're right.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Okay, thank you very much for your information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment at this point? Clerk, do we have anyone online or on the phone who would like to comment?
I did see a caller with their hand raised. And as a reminder for all the callers that we have on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to be added to the queue. Ms. Salas, your line is open.
Hi, Shalice. I have a question. When we first went through this process a few years ago, we started out with 5 districts and then it switched over to 4 districts. Does it have to stay the 4 districts, or can it go back to 5 districts the way we had originally intended?
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself? We won't take away your time, but can you tell us who's speaking?
Teresa Salas, 1701 Dinuba Avenue.
Thank you. Did Shalice get the question, or should Ms. Salas repeat it?
I'm
I
sorry,
can't-
I was muted. I'm sorry.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, it would need to stay at the 4 districts.
It had to stay at 4. Okay. And then do you know when all this, whatever they approve, the map drawing kits, et cetera, do you know when that will be available to us?
It likely won't be until September.
September. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, your questions. Do we have anyone else on the line?
As a reminder to the callers on the line, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand, or if you're using the Zoom app, please raise your virtual hand and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, those are all the callers that we have on the line.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to the public. Unless anyone else has anything they'd like to say at this point, we will close the public hearing and bring this item back to council. Do any council members have any items they would like to, or any input they would like to give on this agenda item?
I have a question or clarification. For the prisoners that you're talking about, they're not physically going to be released, right? It's just the numbers that they're counting, like if they were to live there, or, okay. I just wanted to confirm that they're not physically being released.
That's correct. They're just being counted at their home addresses.
Okay, thank you.
I have an issue on the map drawing tools. It looks like the city budgeted 25,000, and that does not include the 4,500 for the full suite of caliper-centered systems. Is that correct, Shalice? Or Assistant City Manager?
We did budget for 21 within the city's clerk's department, but I can take the remaining balance of whatever action council will take out of my finance budget for professional services.
And it won't be financially
It
impactful?
won't be an impact.
Okay.
What we're seeing is a decrease in our cost factor for disposal. So I budgeted 30,000 in there. I think I can make the difference in there, so.
Thank you. And I know during the last districting, it was on a really abbreviated timeline and people were drawing maps and they were just hard to get in and hard to get right. And to me, this having as many tools as we could would be more democratic and would allow more people input in this process of districting and redistricting, especially given that there have been population changes and there will be changes in these districts. I know district I come from, 4, I know I ran at large, but come from 4, and that one is down almost 10% in population. So that's certainly going to have some changes, and that there are going to be some changes there. Just legally, there have to be some changes because can't be more than 10% deviation in any district. So I would submit this to the council to pay for the additional 45 or authorize the additional $4,500 for people, as many people as possible, to be able to draw their own maps and participate in the districting process. Is there any discussion on that before I make a motion? Okay, I'll make a motion then to approve the caliper-centered system for $4,500.
Second it.
Okay. And since we have a first and a second, we can have discussion on the floor. Would anybody like any comments?
To the finance or assistant manager, we're gonna get that money from a shortfall from the disposal. Will we see where that comes from, or are we gonna, is that what we're gonna be making a motion for? Is that what we're making a motion for? Added to the
I
budget?
think just
know
to
that-
add the 4,500 to the budget.
So are we
Is
gonna,
that correct?
So we're not adding to my budget. We're just utilizing funds that I feel that we'd have a shortfall of a budget expenditure. So it's just, the budget will stay whole. It's just, that's where the offset's gonna come from.
So you're saying it's a reallocation, is that correct?
It just,
Somebody said-
that's what I'm trying to get clarification, because when we make, when we start discussing about items in regards to the financing.
Yeah.
And I hear our finance director say that it's coming from somewhere different. When we make a motion, I'd like to know where we're actually taking the money from and putting it on. That's what I'm at.
Sure.
That's the question. in
So
regards to-
it'll be budgeted out of professional services and the general fund for the finance department.
I'm good with it.
Any other comments before we call for a vote? Okay, call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, with that, it passes. Shalice, thank you for your presentation, and we'll see you in a few months. And with that, we will move back to where we were. We ended after the roll call and potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council on any issue over which it has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will take place on any item that's not on the agenda. Issues raised may be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public will be asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Does anyone have oral communications? Come on up.
Jim Avalos again, 1701 Dinuba. Last council meeting, unfortunately, I was outside of another call, but I'm going to question the last city's council meeting on the city of Selma making a city contract with the Selma district at, what is it, 50%? Was it funded 50% and we were going to pick up the rest? Is that what it was, Isaac or
Do you want me to?
Scott or somebody? on the
Are you
council?
referring to the police
CSO
officer?
the officer, the CSO
The
officer
student,
on the
the
campus.
campus resource officer?
Yes,
The student resource
the
officer.
student, yeah, the student. Give me a clarification on that.
Yeah, you can
You're
respond
the
within the
finance guy,
3
Isaac.
minutes.
Yeah, the contract was with the Selma Unified School District they were gonna pay us for 50% of the cost factor for that
Okay,
personnel.
okay, now.
And he was asking for clarification, not an opinion. So that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
So-
okay, the other question I'm at, okay, only 50%? The officers are gonna be there full-time at 50%? And we're gonna pick up the rest?
Do you want me to respond?
Yeah, I mean, can you just keep it a general comment? Can you
Oh,
keep it
okay.
a comment? 'Cause this is
All
oral
right. let me-
communications.
Okay.
Comment on what you're,
Okay, I'll change my
Perception of the
status.
event is-
Okay. Okay, the question I'm asking is the city of Selma, are we gonna fund 50% to the school district for the COSA officer? Or are they gonna pay us 50% and they're gonna be there part-time? Are they gonna be there full-time? Or are they gonna be a part-time?
so the question is about the financial structure of
Structure,
the,
yes, the
of the
structure on
deal.
that.
All right, the contract is for a full-time individual for 10 months to be working at the Unified.
Okay, well, okay. Let me give you some clarification. The clarification is that are they going to fund only 50% and we have to pick up the rest? It's a yes or no question there.
That is correct.
I think that'll end his input on this. So just,
Okay,
can you just tell us your impressions of that, sir?
yeah, because I have there's some issues there. I advise the council to look into that matter there. As taxpayers' money, and I'd be very cautious of that decision there. And I would reach out and revitalize that issue there. As
Thank
a-
you for your
as a
comments.
Citizen of this Selma.
Appreciate it. And we just can't get in a discussion session during oral communications because of the nature of it. Anyone else have any communications they would like to make or any commentary they'd like to make?
Good evening, Robert Cervantes. It's a shame that the city and the district are playing with the kids. Let me rephrase that again. It's a shame that the city and the district are fighting of who's gonna cover the amount, the 50% or the other 50%. I think that our child should be number one priority to be safety on them. Their safety is their number one priority. And money shouldn't be an issue when it comes to our kids' future, especially to protect them nowadays, how things are out of whack now, how things are going on. So money that it's gonna spend to protect the high school, the elementary and all that, is money well spent. Because one loss, we lose one child, we lose one teenager, is one too many. So if you guys, all of you, including myself, we have kids, we shouldn't put a price on it to protect them and say, well, we can't afford it to do this, we can't afford it. No, we have to do it. It's our obligations as a councilman, as a mayor and everything. It's our obligations to take care of our young students, okay? So please, take it in consideration that money is not an issue here. It should never be an issue. It should always be looking the safety of our kids, and that's our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments for oral communications tonight? City Clerk, do we have anyone on the line or on the internet who would like to make a comment?
As a reminder to everyone on Zoom, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, we have no callers on the line with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to special presentations. Our first presentation is by Director of Parks Community Services, Mike Kirschner, with his American Legion recognition.
Mike Kirschner, Director of Recreation and Community Services. For those zooming in, Mayor Robertson, members of the City Council. On June 26th, I think many of us were there. We had the presentation of the Veterans Plaza. Tonight was just going to be a kind of where we started and where we ended. Unfortunately, the commander, Alicia Zuniga, cannot be here tonight, so I am going to bring him back. We have a certificate for his leadership, but the baby of his daughter is decided tonight might be the night, so you can't control that. So he obviously missed for a good reason. I know some American Legion members are here though, so we wanted to keep it on the agenda tonight. So with that, again, we want to thank Post 12 in the City of Selma. It was an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding group project. This is a preliminary statue design. This is kind of how the statues originally looked. There was 4 of them, and they still plan on adding one in the future. And we all know that the large one, that's kind of was the first concept as he began to develop it. Next slide. This is pre-construction. This is how the plaza looked. You know, we had the banners up prior to that, and then the trees and Public Works, obviously Shane Farrell here to my right, and all the city crew worked hard. But those trees had been there so long, the roots were just raking up the masonry and separating the masonry, so we replaced all the back. So next slide. Public Works crew, you can see we took out the back wall of the masonry. That's what they were doing there. The front wall actually stayed in, and so there was no damage to that front wall. Next slide. There you can see the electric boxes on the one picture on the left. We had electric boxes kind of out on the grass area. Through Public Works and electrician, we moved them up to the back wall. It's a lot safer, it looks a lot better, and it takes up less of the park space too. Next slide. Here you can see, starting here right on the left, they took the masonry out, and then the picture is here, the new masonry comes in. They were working on the sprinkler system, adding the sprinklers inside the masonry, and then to the right, they put the bubblers, and it's ready to go. The trees and landscaping was put in. Shane, I think, actually picked them up and had them delivered himself. But that's kind of the pre. There's actually some more. That was the pre-landscaping. There's some more plants that were added. Looks a lot nicer. And in the future, we won't have to worry about the masonry wall, separating again from the roots. So, like I said, I would be here in 30 years from now, but I probably won't. But the next person here in 30 years don't have to worry about solving the problem we did. There you see the lights. The lights are going up. The light base. There you see the light poles, and then the far right you can see the lights there. It really lights up the park well. I know the order for the lights did come in, so there's going to be one more project. You'll have the lights on the ground facing up to the statues. That's the final project. But the plaza itself is lit up very well. But we're going to be doing a little bit more work now. Next. There you have the statue installation. Quite a project. 3 statues. I know there was you had to line up the statues with the 4 bolts, and the one statue, I think, took like almost 45 minutes to an hour to get the bolts lined up. Fortunately, the good news was the large statue went well. That was going to be the trick if that one didn't quite fit, but they all fit. Reese Construction did all the work. They're out of Selma too. You see a picture of the guy with the fancy glasses, Shane. I'm not sure if we can count the hours. Alicio and Don volunteer, and Shane was out there working. It's was a lot. So appreciate all three. Next slide. More statue installation. You can see them lining up on the left, and then they actually put the flag up on the right. So the gentleman from Clovis did the work, and he designed it. Next slide. Oh, sorry. There you have the big statue kind of stands out in the front to your left, the soldier hugging in the middle, and then the one on the right saluting. So the one on the left kind of represents the Army and Marines. The center was the Navy, and then I guess probably the Coast Guard, kind of the water, and then the far right would be Air Force. Next slide. There's the finished product prior to the installation. The statue that's in the back was dedicated 2 years ago on Memorial Day, but there's a new statue or plate that Shane put down below that refresh my memory. That was from the gas station, correct? It's the original.
Wow.
That's
That's some
that's
great
installed
history.
also. Next slide, please. Thank you. There's just the Veteran Plaza Monument unveiling. That was the invitation, Saturday, June 26th. We have the Marine Corps from the high school getting ready to do the flag salute. Next slide. You can see the product before the statues were, we had to put, Alicia and Shane put plastic covers over the statues for the last couple of weeks. We didn't want anybody to see it. And so we kind of did a nicer unveiling that day. Alicia and the mayor shaking hands, a presentation, and Alicia and his family with the picture in front of the statue. There's still people that come up to and visit it all the time. So it's actually bringing people in too. Next slide, please. And then we had the shade all throughout the streets, had the streets closed off. And then you have some of your representatives around and one of the other reps from I think it's Vito's office, if I'm not mistaken. Next slide. And then the city of Selma thanks American Legion Post 12, obviously, and Commander Alicia Zuniga for their vision. My understanding that the county is working on a trail, almost like the Blossom Trail, to set up like a map to where Dinuba has one, Sanger has Veterans, Selma, Fresno, and creating somebody for tours so they can make a trip and see all the different plazas and veterans. So very pleased, very thankful for everybody who participated.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Can we have all the members of Post 12 please stand so we could recognize you tonight and thank you for your service. And would anyone like to make a comment?
With that, their contribution probably, I don't have exact math, Alicia was going to announce it, but it was easily probably $50,000, $60,000 of donations with the monuments, the landscaping, the lights, everything. So very good club that gives back to the community.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Thank you.
Bob Allen, Executive Director, Selma District Chamber of Commerce. We thought we'd piggyback on this event tonight because the Beautification Committee, which falls under the chamber, consisting of Jennifer Earl, who's chair and just had surgery, Colleen Nelson, Andrea Fairbanks, Pete Israeli and Leslie Nelson, Greg Rook, and Shar Tucker, voted after the event at our first board meeting after the event that there was none other than the American Legion Post 12 should be presented the Beautification Award for this particular time of the year. So on behalf of that committee, I would like to present to American Legion Post 12, Alicio, and all of his great guys. They worked hard. And I don't know about the rest of you, but how much pride that is brought to our community. I get calls, people saying, when did they put that in? Or people walk by when we're having an event and say, what a beautiful feature. So on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, and I know the city also, that as residents, we appreciate the commitment and the vision you had to do this project. Thank you.
And that Veterans Trail is really going to be amazing too. When that gets going, it's going to bring economic benefits, going to bring people to our town, even more so than now. And it's going to be part of our town that's really coming back, our downtown area, and a real point of pride in our city. Too bad Licio, Commander Zuniga, couldn't be here tonight. Our thoughts and prayers are with him as he hopefully welcomes his new grandson or granddaughter into the world, but we're all there with him. Just texted him before we started our meeting, and he's still there doing his vigil. He's waiting. So let's hope for a really blessed outcome there too. And with that, we will move on to our second special presentation, the Stillman Street Development Proposal presentation by Selma business owner Dwight Nelson. Welcome, Mr. Nelson. I can see. Is everybody else good? I think we're good.
Thank you. Dwight Nelson, 3400 McCall. 2 years ago, when Teresa Galvin came to the city, I talked with her about the development on Stillman Street that never took place in Selma. She did not know anything about it and was going to look into it, but never did. And so then I started talking with different individuals at the city. Fernando came along and as a planning director, so I had time to speak with him. And I was asked to show him and others, your city manager as well, as to what we were talking about. So the history here is back in 1994, 95, when I built the P. Soup Anderson development, which is now Legends Restaurant and the Holiday Inn Hotel in Selma. That development at that time created quite a bit of involvement by the city staff at that time. And the city engineer, the city, the mayor, the council, the planning director, looking at what I was trying to do to bring P. Soup Anderson's restaurant to Selma, which at that time was in Carlsbad, in Buellton, and in Santanella. And it was quite a surprise to everybody that I could get them to actually come to Selma. And then the concern of the group, the powers that be, was that this particular development created so much traffic out in Santanella, outside of Los Banos, that they had to really plan for a lot of traffic coming into the restaurant. So what they did many studies and came up with what they felt was going to be needed for that development, as well as what needed to be done to help alleviate the traffic congestion, which was occurring back then 25 years ago at Floral Avenue going under Highway 99. I don't have a pointer, but I could try to explain this. The problem that the city had back 25 years ago with Walmart, which was right there, if I can. Okay. Here is Walmart, basically. So this is Walmart. So what happened was that, I'll just point it. The traffic congestion was Walmart Avenue coming down here to Floral, on Floral to 99, and trying to get the traffic under 99 during certain peak hours was a major problem. And Caltrans was telling the city at that time, was telling me at that time, was telling the people out here in the Walmart area at that time that this problem right here had to be fixed. And The fix was going to cost a lot of money to basically increase the ability to have 6 lanes of traffic under Freeway 99, where there only existed at that time 4 lanes. And still to this day, there's only 4. So Caltrans, when they looked at this development of Pea Soup over here, said, we've got to have Highway 43 from Floral Avenue, which is here, all the way out to Rose Avenue, which is here's Rose. We have to have that made into a state highway, which it is. It is a state highway, California State Highway 43. It has to be 4 lanes. At this intersection, they wanted to have a major intersection. And so the whole design of this was created, and I, as a developer, was the one that had to build it and pay for it, which I did. So the thought was, and the design was, that Stillman Avenue, which goes again from Highway 43, would be planned to go all the way out to DeWolf Avenue. And that Stillman would be a 4-lane road, two lanes each, divided, going from Highway 43 all the way to DeWolf. That then was going to allow the city to grow commercial big box store land, places where companies like Costco, who left Selma, when they were investigating Selma, they left Selma, they went to Hanford. And Costco had no place to go, just as it has really no place to go today. So when I'm talking with Teresa before and then talking with Mayor Robertson, I said, you have to understand what the plan was back then, because I was there. I paid for the road. I paid for the major intersection. The intersection at that time was, because the traffic flows that they're anticipating, was considered by John Hardner, city engineer, by our council at that time, as going to be as much traffic as they had going in from Shaw Avenue on to into Fashion Fair. And so it was built very, very heavily. There's 2 lanes, 2 right turn lanes created from Highway 43 to Stillman going to the west. There's 2 lanes from Highway 43, which goes north, turning into Stillman going west. So there's 4 turn lanes created to bring traffic into Stillman Avenue, and then run that traffic all the way up to all the things that at that time were being anticipated and planned for, basically big box stores. If you look at the diagram, you'll see the CR. The CR designation is big box stores. R3 is for multifamily, high density multifamily. R2 is for medium density multifamily, and then a future school out at that end. So what happened was California Water built a water tank, a large water tank, and that was put in right here. Here's a large California water tank for the water for this whole area. The ponding basin was built here for the ponding basin for this entire area. Sewer system was brought from our development across Highway 43 into this area. And so the utilities were basically stubbed in out there 25 years ago. What happened along the way is that the property owners that are out there are property owners that have been there a long time. They're farmers, they're farming. And one property owner on the left-hand side where you see our big box, there's 2 property owners there. One of them was a developer. He bought the property and put in almonds and planned for future development. The rest of the property owners are basically people that have owned their land a long time. Walmart owns the 40 acres, 39 acres, which is this here. Let me make sure I get it right. Yeah, this here. This is 40 acres. What Walmart did, and what they're doing to this day, if you want to buy their land, you have to sign a Walmart agreement. And the Walmart agreement says, basically, you will not be allowed to develop anything that competes with Walmart. So you can't have a Costco, you can't have a Best Buy, you can't have a grocery store, you can't have anything that someone might want if you're going to put it on their land. So that has made it a little bit difficult to get a Costco into Selma, because Costco would have liked probably to be right on Floral Avenue. The problem with that is Caltrans has said, you're not going to do that because there's not enough room under that overpass for Floral Avenue. So when Caltrans did this design, and they're the ones that did it, I'll just tell you, because I didn't do it because it was going to cost too much money. Here's what they did. They said, here's Floral, this is boom, traffic jam. We can't have that. We're going to solve the problem and we're going to put the traffic over here. And the traffic is going to then come to go north to Fresno. They come over here. They get on this on-ramp and they never go into Floral Avenue. They never touch Floral. The traffic that's going south will come off of Stillman Avenue, will come down, will turn around, and will go south on Highway 99. And it will never go into Floral Avenue. This traffic here, all of it has to go into Floral Avenue. And then it's got to somehow find its way onto the on-ramp, on to make a left turn where it's impossible during, because there's only 2 lanes there for that turning possibility. So all the traffic going to the development does not go into Floral. It comes down off of this off-ramp of 99 onto 43. And so the traffic problem for Floral gets solved and allows you to have and encourage big box stores to come into town. In meeting with the planner and meeting with the assistant or interim city manager, I said, you know, look, you guys lost Costco once. I still believe you can get Costco back in Selma. I believe that. I believe there's other things you can get in Selma also. And the question was, well, gee, how are we going to do it? And this is my belief. I believe you have to encourage these companies that are being, what would the right word be? These companies, what they're doing, they're going to where the cities are that are encouraging them to come. And they're providing different incentives to get them there. And if you look at what the amount of people that are hired by Costco, the amount of people that come to a town where Costco is located, and then the stores that add on to the Costco brand, this allows you to do that, allows you to hold out yourself as a city that has property available. It has a council that wants the city to grow, and it has multifamily. And where do you build multifamily in Selma today? I'm just curious. There's not many places you can build it. You know, a couple of years ago, you turned down a project that was over on Dinuba Avenue for affordable housing because the citizens did not want it there. This plan allows you to put all the affordable housing you want in high density, and then you step it down to low density, moderate, medium density, plus a future school site. And it just affords you the opportunity to really grow the town. And I know your census is going to probably show you that the town isn't growing very much. I know that from the Fresno Business Journal that I look at, the top 25 towns in Fresno County that are growing, Selma's not on it. Not on it at all. Parlier's, I mean, it's just kind of crazy. So what we did, we just, had my people just let's draw up something, what could happen. You'll see the little round things, those are turnabouts. So we have Stillman Avenue, and then to the left, we have Rose Avenue. And both of those streets would then have turnabouts on them, turnarounds, whatever they call them. And it's the new concept, I guess. And it will allow you to bring that traffic off of Floral that has been a problem to begin with and head it down Stillman to Highway 43. And from Highway 43, it can come and go and never impact the Floral Avenue situation that you currently have. How to solve the problem with Walmart? Well, there's a couple of ways, but one, I believe that, Walmart has been here for over 25 years now and provides a service, and I remember back in 25 years, and Bob Allen will remember because he was there. They'll all remember because I remember Leon's Shoes. I remember Clausen's clothing store. I remember Fox. I remember all these places. That's where I used to shop when I was a kid. And they're all gone. They're all gone. Morgan's TV and Qantas Morgan, he said, they're going to put me out of business. And they put him out of business. So Walmart, they put a lot of businesses out of business. And our downtown has never been the same since. So I look at this and I go, you know what? Walmart's in it for one and one reason only. And that's to make money and take the money out of Selma. So that 40 acres, they've stopped growth because of their condition. But this is what I said to do. City of Selma come up with a plan and go to Walmart and show them we will designate this land, which is adjacent to Floral, as a city park. So it will not affect Walmart's business. Everything outside of it will then be able to develop any way you want, because we're not going to bring the traffic from that development. We're not going to bring it into Walmart. We're going to keep it away. We're going to keep the big box away. We'll put a one-way road in here. So we'll keep that traffic away from Walmart, so it will not affect Walmart's business. They'll still maintain the same amount of business. And you go to Walmart, and I told your city assistant manager and your planning director to get a company that deals with these companies like this and go to their philanthropic arm and ask them to help a community of Selma, which really needs the help. And if you show them a way that you're not going to affect their sales, you might be able to get them to really give you a really good sweetheart deal, if not give it to you entirely for free, with a development like that, that would not affect their business. The thing right now is that if you allow property on Floral to develop and enter Floral Avenue, if you allow that to happen, all you're going to do is make the problem at Floral and Highway 99 continue to be a mess. And if you think that somehow you're going to get Caltrans to fix that mess, because I've heard numbers of $100 and some million to fix that overpass, which would be crazy if you can fix it. So that's why back in 1995, Caltrans and the media says, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put that intersection in at Stillman and Highway 43. And I was saying, no, I don't, that's too much. It's like a major signalization job. It's a major widening of the road. No, that's what you're going to have to do, Dwight, if you want to build your development. So we did it. And then I sat there and I watched for 25 years ago, why in the world isn't the city encouraging development up Stillman Avenue to solve the problem? Why haven't they done it? And the answer that I got from Teresa and the answer I got from Fernando, who came, said, look, we didn't know anything about it. I said, well, it's in your files somewhere, but they can't find the files. So I recreated what was going to happen, and I brought it to you just to let you know about it. Of course, take it from there. And then the last thing is, so that you all know, I own absolutely nothing out there. I own not 1 square foot of land west of Highway 43. I own nothing. So I have no monetary gain. It's just, I want to see something done to the intersection that I was asked to build 1994, 95, which was a major intersection. If you ever go out and look at it, you'll go, wow, this is a big intersection. Probably one of the biggest in Selma. And if you'll try to encourage developers, create a real incentive program for that whole 280 acres. If you build your apartments here, you'll get this type of help, if you build your Costco here, you'll get this type of maybe sales tax help, and give them incentives to come to Selma. You'll develop that property and you'll create big box stores. You'll create affordable housing. You'll create senior citizen housing. You'll create a new school site, and you'll really do a favor and a community favor, I believe, to the city of Selma. Otherwise, in 25 more years, for all of you that are still here, you'll be looking at that and it'll be, well, there's Dwight's plan, but we never really did anything out there. And I really would encourage you to look at it seriously. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Any questions?
Council have any questions for Mr. Nelson?
Yes, Mr. Nelson, just reiterate on that 40 acres across from Walmart, which has been empty for many, many years, is owned by Walmart,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
It's been empty since 1994.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you for coming and doing your presentation.
Thank you.
It's on us as the legislators to make sure we make the moves, and that's the reason why we asked you to get a little more involved, and we thank you.
Just, and as a developer, part of what I do as a developer, the city has to be involved, and the city has to encourage, city has to, you have different meetings where you have different people come. You need to invite the developers, the Ed Cashins, the Assimi brothers, you have to invite these developers in Fresno that have made Fresno what it is, to come to Selma and sit with you and talk with you about what you would like to see happen. And the one developer I know, he wants to do something, but he says, I don't know what to do. I'm busy now. I said, well, what if the city had an incentive program? He said, well, wait a minute. He said, that's a different story. He says, right now he builds apartments. And he said, I go to where the cities are actually asking me to come. But he said, Selma, I don't know anybody in Selma. And so I just wish you would, I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd get a lot of interest, especially if you were offering some type of incentives. And I don't know what that would be, but it's going to solve the problem of Floral Avenue. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight.
Anybody tonight anybody here tonight have any comments they would like to make or any questions? Step on up.
Jim Avalos, 1701 Dinuba. Dwight, thank you for the history. You're the father time of what took place in that time. Okay. And Dwight does have a vision, and you have to admire that vision. He put that vision, that autumn all together in the past, and he generated money for the city of Selma. You got to thank him there, without that revenue coming in, and he has another vision, opening up Stillman, to open up the corridor. And I'm sure there, if you look at, maybe we have to look at SKF, might be some development plans there. Maybe the city might have lost our plans here, but they might have some future plans in SKF. They might have it on file there, Dwight. The other issue is, that's a smart move there, Dwight. That's very intelligent, and I admire that. A good visionary. But at the same time, if you open up that Silman, you could probably, because like he says, you can open up the corridor, and Walmart does own that property. And you're right, Walmart does control any place they go. When they put up stores, they put small business out of business. There's no doubt about it. And what it is I think by what Dwight's vision is to open up that corridor. At the same time, you could probably in the future, we can put in, because floral exit is a nightmare. If we know what we know now, we probably would have made the bridge different. But it's one of those things in the past. It was not much traffic way back then. But I think to solve that problem was to develop a Dinuba overpass. That was the future plans for the city of Selma to offset that traffic on DeWolf, bring off DeWolf, and also open that corridor on Stillman. Instead of getting them off on Floral, they can get off on Dinuba and come down on Stillman and go down to 43 and alleviate some of the traffic, and also open up the corridors and development there. And like Dwight says, you got to entice them. When Walmart came in, they were enticed. And so you got to look at you council people up there. Look at what he has to say. He has knowledge in the development of the future of Selma. So I highly recommend him. Take a look at his plan. Very, very intelligent plan. Thank you.
Anyone else like to step up? Can someone get a microphone to Ms. Delgadillo so she can speak from back there?
Selma, California. Would you please bring up Mr. Dwight Nelson's map kindly? Thank you, Raina. If I can please come forward. Does anybody have a pointer to 2418 South Highland Avenue? My in-laws purchased that property in 1955, please. Could you point out, Mr. Nelson? Would you please point it out? Somebody have a pointer. 2418 South Highland Avenue. The Delgadillo family purchased that property in 1955. A house was built right next to that property, and it sold for $348,000. Laura Delgadillo, a widow, my mother-in-law, owns that property there. 2418, please. Rose Avenue. Could someone point it out? Is there a pointer?
He has it right there.
Right there. Right where that says CC.
Thank you. That property across the street there, Raina, could you point out across the street, the Matsumoto family? Their property was stolen from them when they, oh, I'm sorry, pardon me, when they were taken into the encampment by the because they were Japanese. Right over there. I am tired of people coming and approaching our property, asking for my in-laws to sell to them. I will not have it. They live there. They bought that property with my father-in-law's sweat from the Cinderella plan where he worked for 44 years in this town. And I will not allow anyone to come and take our property. Am I clear about that, City Council? I'll be darned if anybody is going to come and rob our property like they did to the Matsumura family when they went off to the Japanese internment camp. Do you understand me, please? I must say this. I am deeply in tune with Mr. Nelson's idea because family was here in the meeting because I was a child and I used to sit right back there on the floor doing my homework. My parents came to over 1,000 city councilmen meetings here. Gilbert and Dolores Ramos were impacted by PG&E here in this town.
Thank you,
The
Ms.
water
Delgadillo.
is
Appreciate your comments.
polluted.
Thank you. We're gonna have to move on from there. But thank you for your comments.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Robert Cervantes. On Floral, yes, the roundabout, I think that will be a perfect idea for that area right there. Like Mr. Dwight was talking about, that roundabout would help in there. In terms, if we want to really get something going and not dance around it, we should get it into the master plan so we can push it forward to make it happen. If it's not in the master plan, it's just, falls on deaf ears. And like Mr. Dwight said, it's been a long time. And I believe that Selma have a lot of potential to really be out there with everybody else, because we're right on the freeway. Everybody's coming through here, millions of traffic coming through on the freeway all the time. But if we really want to make a difference, put it on the master plan and make it happen. Otherwise, it just falls on deaf ears. And I think all of you want Selma to grow the proper way and everything, and we all want that. So let's do that. I think Mr. Dwight have a good vision. And for the lady, they will just stand here. Nobody is stealing any property for nobody. Nowadays, it could have happened in the 1800s, but nowadays, nobody will steal anything like that, ma'am. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment? We'll bring it back to council. I know I appreciated the invitation from Mr. Nelson and his son-in-law to Council Member Guerra and me to come out and walk Stillman. Very good discussion that day. I know you've been in touch with the other council members since then. And I think you give us a lot of food for thought. And there are a lot of folks out there that are seeing this and the Stillman widening is a common sense thing to do at this point. It's just a matter of getting business in there that will actually help to, fund the widening of Stillman. And there are other developers around too that are looking at Selma, like Selma Grove in the Rockwell Pond area, which could take advantage as well of Stillman or Dinuba, as you were saying. But there needs to be creativity, like there was with you, Mr. Nelson, when you put your car dealerships in with the tax sharing agreement for 20 years. That was a creative way of making a win-win situation. From what I understand in Walmart, they cut a pretty sweet deal to come to Selma because they could. A lot of people wanted a lot of communities wanted Selma and they came to Selma and they didn't come without a price. So this is a lot of very good information. And I know I, for one, am very interested in what you're saying. And I'm hopeful that all of us on the council as a team will look at that area and seeing that as a area of future growth in Selma. And with any more comments at this point?
I have a comment as well.
No, you already had your comment, Mr. Cervantes. Nope, that's it.
I didn't use all my time. If I may, just on
No,
Highland,
you may
all the
not. You
residentials on
may not.
Highlands,
Please have a
would it be
seat. Mr.
commercialized,
Cervantes,
please? Thank you,
please have
sir.
a seat. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right, I would just like to say thank you for the very nice presentation. I know you gave a very thorough presentation even when we walked out there, which made a lot of sense. The other thing I want to really appreciate is the vision for another school, because I have asked numerous times at the school district, when are we going to get a new school? We talked about a new high school. I think you and I had this conversation. And probably the same thing that the city told you, that the plans got lost. They're saying the same thing, that they've never talked about a new high school. And I know that we did, because I believe you were at that meeting as well. But I really, really appreciate it. And thank you for your presentation.
I just wanted to say thank you too for one, coming today to present this and actually showing your vision, and then also for sitting with me and talking to me before I got elected and after I got elected. And so I've talked to a couple other developers, and so I agree, you know, to get all the developers in one room and really talk and see how we can move the city forward, because that's one of the things that I'm pro growth, because, and we can't have any schools if we don't have any new residents in our communities. So they go hand in hand. So, you know, the more people want to move here to Selma, the more we'll be able to build those schools and have those houses and have, you know, more, increase our revenue, increase our area median income. You know, it all comes together. It all has to have a synergy. And I've always looked at that property and thought, why is it so why is it empty? You know, I knew there was a bottleneck somewhere. And that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to run, is I wanted to dislodge that bottleneck. And so, you know, talking to the developers that I've talked to, they're very interested in coming. So thank you again.
That we will move on to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Would anyone like to have any items removed from the consent calendar tonight?
I'd like to remove 1A.
I'd like to remove items F, G, and H. Anyone have any other items? Okay, is there a motion to approve items B through E?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item A.
Okay. And this might be a little premature. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Fernando, you're going to give some information.
About the
Okay,
generator grant?
perfect.
Yes. Well, I will answer whatever question you have. That's
That's
why I
okay.
came up here.
Like, I'll wait to see if I do have it. You might answer it.
Okay, so we received a $100,000 grant from Cal OES to install a generator over at the senior center. That grant came in a few months ago, and so we've been working with Quinn to get proposals for the generator. And we've met, you know, several department heads met out there at Lincoln Park at the senior center to look at a potential location for the generator. And we also met with the contractor that Quinn usually works with to, you know, discuss the potential timeline for construction and the cost, et cetera. So this item here is just to approve the purchase and the installation of the generator so that we can fulfill the conditions of the grant. and I might add, the cost of the generator installation is more than what the grant was awarded. And the difference, I think about $16,000 was added to the budget for this fiscal year. Isaac would have more information about where actually it's coming from.
So just for clarification, the total would be 295,527.02. Is that correct? Or is that where the funding is coming from?
Yes.
Okay.
So the total is about 116,000.
Okay, so the grant is for 100,000?
That's correct.
Okay. So my question is, would the additional 16,940 qualify under the ARP?
That's a good question. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if we've received the full guidelines as to how we can use that money, but that's a good question. Isaac might be able to.
So we're going to be having that conversation later on today. Maybe we just hold it and we talk about it then. But given the fact that it's already budgeted and the amount, the increment, it's very minimal. We'll just move forward with the budget will be my recommendation at this time.
I just have a real quick, I wasn't gonna pull it, but if it got pulled, I just thought I'd ask. The piggyback, and I just went through an extensive procurement training last week, so I have all this new knowledge. But piggyback, the contract, would we be in line with the contracts that they have? Or can we do our own contract or the terms of contracts?
Sure. Well, we would have to stick to the contract that was already approved through
Approved through them.
Sourcewell. If we wanted to do our own contract, we would essentially have to do our own procurement process,
Yeah.
correct?
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the timeline was the same as theirs. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to, and I can really take these as a group, items F and G, which are requests for fee waivers from the Selma District Chamber and the Selma Rotary District 5230 for the annual band festival parade. So I guess my question is, in terms of, these are nonprofits that are going for funding, right? We've done this just about every year that I can remember.
Yeah, I mean,
granting the waivers.
City Council, probably 8, 10 years ago, we started bringing every event here for a waiver. Now we combined the chamber 4 or 5 years ago because instead of coming once for every event, then it was done with these 3 events combined.
So I guess the question I have is, you know what, 2 weeks ago, we had another nonprofit. We had the Second Chance Animal Shelter up, and there was a lot of talk about requiring financials, and I understand that someone requested the bylaws from Second Chance Animal Shelter. I think Mr. Moreno would know, the assistant city manager. My question on this one, to get it back to the relevancy here, is have financials been requested from the Rotary and from the Selma District Chamber, and have bylaws been requested as part of the city's due diligence? Because if you're going to request them from one organization, or the city should be requesting them from all that get fee waivers. Is that correct? I guess I'm asking, are the same financials is the same financial information being requested of all the nonprofits now in Selma?
I can speak to that. So Mayor, council members, so you're talking about 2 topics here. One is the request for financials records that came out of the conversation exiting that contract. So that was just part of that discussion. So it was an isolated item in that sense of the way. So it's not a current practice for us to request financials from all entities that we're currently working with. Again, it just goes back out of that conversation that was requested at that point in time.
So you're saying that it was just the animal shelter that was being targeted or maybe asked to provide that financial information. Is that correct?
I would say it was just focused on that topic. It was not given direction to make it a policy in that sense of the way. I know potentially we've requested financials before from other entities, but I can't outline that it's a current practice. I could just say that during the conversation of that topic, it did come up.
Okay. Because I mean, if these groups are coming for waivers, which they have been, and I fully 100% support the Selma District Chamber for the various community items that they do, and as well as the Rotary for the band festival, but they're asking for waivers. That indicates that there's some financial issues there, or could indicate that there's some financial issues there. Wouldn't it be a future agenda item to consider getting financial information from all the nonprofits that do request financial assistance from the city?
If that's council's direction, we could do so.
Really thought we had that direction at the budget this year, but maybe we should revisit that in the future. Anybody have any?
I just have a quick
Anyone add?
question on the waivers. I mean, we're looking at for the Rotary, I guess this is for the park. I just want a special event permit, $900, sound permit, 80, street closure, 1,505, park rental, 280, public works staff overtime, 9,981.59. Police department staff overtime, 3,899.16, which is a total of 16,645.75, which I'm all for the band festival. I think it's a great event. However, this is taxpayers' money. And if we're going to be waiving fees like this type of amount, 16,445, the taxpayers have the right to know what is being brought in. They should be able to see financials, because just in the past, they used to do the mariachi festival for years here in Selma. And they came back and said that they no longer do it because it's not profitable, that they were losing money. And that's an event that they do without now. So if these events are not going to be profitable, maybe we need to be looking at other events that are going to be profitable. So if it's good for one, it's got to be good all the way through to every event. And that's what we're trying to clear up here, because we did talk about transparency. We talked about policies and procedures, and we talked about if we're going to set a precedence, we have to do it all the way across the board. It can't just be, oh, let's pick and choose who we want because certain people are on these boards. This is still taxpayers' money, and we need to be transparent.
Okay, I like to say something if I can. I wasn't gonna get in this topic, but I see. The only thing I'm saying is that asking for a waiver versus asking for a contract but public funds of $100,000 for the animal shelter is two different courses. We all here have been elected by the people. We can, instead of making big remarks in regards to people that actually participated and have people come to our community for good events, just vote yes or vote no. So this is what I gotta say. In regards to this topic, they are asking for a fee waiver. They're not asking to come and get funded for $100,000. The animal shelter was asking for $100,000. They've increased for the last year, for the last 3 years. I asked for an audit. I would request an approval with the request of an audit. I will ask that for any other agency that keeps on asking for an increase. That's to clarify that discussion. Number two, a waiver is different than a contract. A waiver is asking for a waiver, and how you as a legislator would actually weigh your differences. The band festival brings 37 bands, maybe in each 50, which brings kids, I have a restaurant in downtown. We've been through COVID. We've been closed for 18 months. We've been suffering. I have a value of 17 employees. I want to stress to this council that anybody that can bring something to this community that is going to bring commerce is going to be a plus. So when you start making accusations in regards to different organizations that are asking for a fee waiver, I would ask you to look at yourself and ask yourself, are you truly representing the city versus are you representing your personal agenda items? Because when I asked for an audit for the animal shelter, it was because there was an increase for the last 3 years. They had a pattern, they had a financing pattern that I asked, and the city finance director said to me, he will go ahead and bring that information. That is not an attack for anybody personally. But when you're asking, and I will say this, the Chamber of Commerce is a plus for this community. As a commerce, as a person that represents, has a restaurant, not an insurance company, a restaurant. We have a BID. We have a BID being in Selma. They're asking to see how they can incorporate and bring business to this community. And this council is saying they do not, or they find it risky to give money to the Chamber of Commerce and the parade. The parade has been shut down for the last 2-3 years. I asked this council to set it aside and to vote for the best interest of this community, not for its interest of its own. Thank you.
So the way a city operates fairly is by requiring the same information from all organizations that are of the same type. So you can't pick and choose based on whatever reasons you assign to that. And in this case, these waivers have been granted every year and for good reason. You know, the parades it brings business to the town. The Rotary does things that bring business to the town. The question was, 2 weeks ago, you have a third-party contract with a nonprofit that does good things for the town and hires and employs a lot of people. And they're the only ones that get especially scrutinized by the council member to my right. So what I'm asking here is transparency. We all want transparency. So if there are events that these waivers are funding, it would be good for the city to know how much money is brought in by these events. I can't recall any time the city has ever had that kind of transparency. Let's say the shelter provides every month in its financial reports to the city. Why can't the city get reports on how these events do? Because year after year, these organizations come to the city for waivers. It would be beneficial, I think, for the people to know what kind of expenses and what kind of revenue it actually brings in, rather than the same thing over and over of, well, it's bringing business to town. I don't dispute that. I would just like to know how they do. I'd like to know how they do every year, since the taxpayer is partially funding these events. I don't think that's too much to ask, and I don't think that's targeting anyone.
Well, I just have something to say. On that note is when I first came here, I asked for procurement policy. They didn't have one. I asked for, okay, give me a list of all of your vendors, every single contract that you have, every single agency that we give money to. Who do we have a contract? Can I have the bylaws? Can I have the when the contracts expire, what kind of services we're doing? And I got a list. As a matter of fact, we all got the list. We got an Excel spreadsheet. We also got copies of all of the contracts, so that we could do our due diligence. And if we had further questions, then we can ask further questions. And I've asked for those. And I've asked for, because like I said last time, is I look at things through an auditor's eye. So I want to look at how we're spending our money, when our contracts end, what is the policy to when a contract is getting ready to expire. Those are all the things that I'm asking for. So those questions did get asked, and they did get asked for every single company that we have, every single agency, especially if we have a contract, especially if they have information in their contract that says that they're supposed to report certain things to us. I asked for that information. So we do have a copy of every single contract, and we have a spreadsheet that shows all of that information. So I'm not sure if you guys have seen that, but Isaac or Reina, maybe you guys can forward that again to us. Thank you.
I have
Anybody?
just one more question or comment. Again, we're not talking about contracts. We're talking about fees. These are waiver fees. These are taxpayers' monies. All we're asking for is transparency. And there shouldn't be a problem with any nonprofit showing their financials, regardless whether you're profitable or not. That's just the bottom line.
Anybody else have a comment?
Yeah, I do. I'd like to have a comment on that. I am actually part of the chamber also, and I do know how much we make on these projects, okay? It's like, if we pay these fees, why are we doing the project? They'll take everything we make. So basically, you know, I'm sure Rotary also, I mean, they're doing this for basically to survive their, you know, whatever their, you know, like I say, chamber and then Rotary. You know, they're trying to make some money to continue their association. So, you know, to me, we're supposed to be working with the city, and the city should be, you know, hopefully with us, which I thank them for wavering it, yes. But if they don't, then we have no reason to be doing any of these projects because it would cost way too much. The budget's not there. You know, we barely make some of the stuff in any of the projects we've done in the city. So to me, we should be working together. We're trying really hard to bring in the, you know, outside people, and people do come, and you can't say we're just there, just try to make a lot of money, because there's no money to be made that much right now, because since COVID, there's less people out there. So it's just like, we're just trying to survive in this world, and we need to do it together, you know. Okay, thank you.
Anyone have any comments from the public tonight? Ms. Delgadillo, can you give her the mic in the back, please?
Once again,
All
Jim
right.
Avalos, 1701. Oh,
Sorry, it was a little lost.
but you wanted, oh, I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Avalos.
Oh, okay, sorry. I jumped from the lady, I apologize. Okay, no, 1701, Jim Avalos again. And I think in the past, transparency was a big issue way back then. And the reason why I can set an enlightenment, my wife got on a board with Selma Healthcare, and there was no transparency. And when she got on the board, there was no records, no nothing, zero. The residents had no clue how much money was given, who they gave it to, and everything. When she came on board, with the help of the people on the board, and they stepped up, they got a financial structure in play. They got an attorney to be there, and all their financial, and in fact, Danny's on there, right? Danny Serene is one of the members now on there now. But everything, you can look at the records and come and look at the records, and you can see how much money they spent and where it went to, you know? And it's nothing, it's very little to ask for a nonprofit really to start doing that now, to show the council, you know. In fact, the guy that brought it up is Johnny down there, you know. So give me a little history here, Johnny. But that's, you know, and it's not very much to ask for, guys. That way we know, you guys know up there front, okay, where they're at, they need a little help. We're gonna help them regardless. It's just to figure, we want them to see where they're at to assist them. And that's all. Nothing, it's nothing, no big deal. It's simple. It don't take that much, because hey, my wife on the board got on there, and she's still on the board now, and they still have the financial reports. You can look at them, you can request them and go back. But before they got on the board, there was zero, nothing, no record whatsoever. And then what made it bad, the school district came to the healthcare and asked for $100,000, was promised to them, and there was no record. And but they had a paper, they had I want to say a copy of the agreement long time ago when they made it. So of course they granted it to them, but once that was a lesson in life, you know? So I think it's a lesson in life for all of us to show some record keeping. That way, hey, it's no big deal. It ain't gonna hurt nothing. All right, simple. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Ms. Delgadillo?
Testing 1, 2, Victoria Delgadillo, 2029 Alton Street. Looking at the cancer profit, nonprofit, I'm looking at the Chamber, City of Commerce, and I have to say I'm appalled because these nonprofits are in delinquency status. They have not paid their fees. They have not paid their application fee of $500 yearly. So if you do not pay your fees, you are delinquent. State of California puts you on a website And it shows who is delinquent, who has not paid their bills, and who continues to collect money and keeps the money and doesn't show where they spend that money. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Ms. Delgadillo.
I am so
please do
sorry.
not Yell.
I went and I
Please.
asked for information from
You're free to
this
comment
gentleman
on an agenda
here,
item, but do not
and he
yell,
did
please.
not provide the information. He called the cops on me. And he said that I could not have the information. I did an RFP. I requested the information by law.
Please stay on the nonprofits. that
But
we're
he is a
discussing, the chamber
nonprofit.
and the
He's
Rotary.
the
So please
chamber.
stay on
That
the
is a
chamber.
nonprofit.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a profit or nonprofit, but it is not operating correctly, nor is the cancer nonprofit. It is in delinquent status. The last it showed $97,000.
Sit down, please.
$97,000
And
of our
please just
taxpayers'
keep your volume
money.
down.
$67,000 of our taxpayers' money, going all the way back to 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018.
We're not
19,
going to have a back
20,
and forth.
No.
We're not going to have, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Delgadillo. I
I
appreciate your
am merely
passion.
trying to state here, we cannot allow this. This is my taxpayers' dollars, Mr. Mayor. We must be transparent. We must not allow this corruption.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much. And I did go to the district attorney's office regarding all these matters. And I also went to the grand jury regarding all these matters. It is wrong.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wrong, conscionable
Okay.
for you guys to allow this. Shame on all of you.
Appreciate your
Kindly.
comments. Would anyone else like to weigh in on this topic of the consideration and resolution of fee waivers for the Selma District Chamber and for the Selma Rotary?
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. I just like to say, as you know, we were one of the founders for Second Chance Animal Shelter. And we would always attend the board meetings, and you guys were always, anybody was always welcome to the board meetings. And the history that we have is also on the healthcare district. We did make it transparent when we didn't have records for the citizens to be able to see. Now there's a website. No longer on that board either. We passed the baton, but just like to say that just knowing that being a nonprofit organization and you are active status, you got to remember the money that we are receiving from businesses and companies and donations. As you know, Mr. Trujillo, you are a tax prep person and you have to be active to be able to get that credit. When we do donate as a business to any of the nonprofit organizations, has to be active for your businesses to actually receive that credit. We were audited about 10 years ago, and there was a couple of nonprofit organizations that were not active, and we did
You're
not
going to
have
tie this
credit for that.
back to Rotary.
Oh, I'm
and the
just
chamber, please.
talking about
These are the
nonprofit, but
topic
we're
we're
going
talking about.
back to being transparent. And Second Chance never did come to the city council for any kind of fees waived, just so you know that. And they've been going on their nonprofit organization for 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments at this time on the Rotary or the Chamber of Commerce requesting fee waivers or fee waivers in general related to those two items? With that, we'll bring it back to the council. If there's no further discussion from the council, we'll move on to the check register, item H. Okay, item H, page 60. I have an item 77793, County of Fresno prisoner processing, 41 to 71, 1,641. Do we have to pay? Does the city have to pay for prisoner processing?
It's a processing fee when we do drop off individuals out the county office.
And is that volume based or is that based on, is that just a flat fee?
It's a flat fee for an individual.
All right. One other one, Cal card, page 68. They don't really have numbers here. It's Tim Cannon, The CPOA LSP services per MOU, reimburse the city 130, the item's $500. What is LSP services?
It's a legal defense fund that management police has as part of their MOU. The MOU only qualifies for allow them to pay up to 370. They have to cover the difference if they want to increase that policy. So that's what you're seeing.
Got it. So this is the amount that the POA had to reimburse the city because the cost for the legal defense fund exceeded the allotted amount that the city provides per the MOU between the city and the POA.
This individual is
Or the
actually
city
in
and the,
mid-management, not the
Right,
POA,
mid-management
but you're
police.
correct, yes.
and in this case, it just happened to be the POA that cut the check. Correct? The
No,
vendor's
that's the
is
name of
CPOA.
the organization that he's paying to, the CPOA.
The payee.
That's the payee, correct?
Got it. They're the ones that provide the legal defense.
Yeah, the person that's reimbursing is actually the employee because he wanted that higher policy, he had to pay the difference.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So this is a per employee type of,
That's a per employee, per mid-management, correct? Police
and they get a
mid-management.
certain amount per the MOU.
They're allotted 370 only, and he opted for a policy that was 500.
Got it.
So
Thank
he
you.
had to reimburse.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions on the check register? Okay, with that,
Mr. Mayor, do you want to go individually or altogether?
do you want to approve? We already approved, I think, the items, B through H. Do you want to,
Move the rest.
All
Can we
three,
do
of them,
that?
all four of them?
is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve A, F, and G and H.
Great.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? Okay, call the roll, please. Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, and with that, we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back for our other items tonight on the agenda. Got it. I was paying attention. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item number 3, consideration of a resolution approving rates for landscape lighting and maintenance district number 1, LLMD, approving engineer's report identifying the assessments and the property against which it is assessed within the LLMD and directing collection thereof by placement of the assessment on the 2021-2022 Fresno County tax roll. This is a public hearing item. Report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This item before you is our annual filing for the landscape and lighting districts, the LMDs. We have a total of, I believe, 12 different or 10 different zones. Majority of them are actually staying at a flat rate base from the prior year. One is actually slightly reduced. The only reason it has reduced though is because the number of parcels that was there has increased. That's going to be impacted, but the service levels haven't changed. So other than that, the overall report itself has stayed the same from prior year. So is there any questions?
If your report, does council have any questions at this time for the assistant city manager? With that, it's a public hearing. We will open it up to the public. Does the public have any items they would like to bring up at this time about this agenda item? City Clerk, do we have anybody who's on the line or zooming in tonight with us who would like to talk about LLMDs?
Reminder to the caller that we have on the line. Use the raise hand feature of the Zoom application to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, at this time, we have no callers with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. With that, we'll bring it back. One last chance for the public to weigh in. No one from the public would like to weigh in. We will close the public meeting and bring it back to council. Does council have any items, or would anyone like to make a motion tonight?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please. I think it was a tie.
My apologies. I need to clarify who made the motion and who made the second. And the second,
Councilman Trujillo and
Yeah, I made,
Mayor Pro Tem.
yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. With that, we will move on to our next public hearing item. And this one is a consideration of a resolution amending the schedule of fees and charges for the City of Selma services user fees. Report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council member. The item we have in front of you is regarding our user fee. As you know, some time back, we came back and asked for authorization to execute an agreement to update our user fees, which is a very common practice. With all your fee structures, you really want to look at these items at a short term. A good practice would be 5 years. You really don't want to go past 10 years, which kind of brings us back to our development impact fees that we'll be looking to in the current year and probably next fiscal to be able to assess that as well. But this year we're looking at the user fee program. It does take quite a while, a pretty in-depth process to go through and track and monitor how many people are touching one item for how many hours and what that process looks like. So not only is it good fiscal policy as far as to assess these fees, but it's also good practice for staff to look and say, okay, how long does it really take me to get these through and make sure that we're doing things efficiently. I will right off the bat tell you, I understand it's a very large packet for you, so I do apologize for that. It is quite a lot of data to go through. There is some summary sheets in there, but it is not uncommon to have a second meeting or potentially a workshop, depending on how council's direction or our comments are going. Just keep that in mind, but we'll go ahead at this point and turn it over to our consultant, Eric, with cost recovery services and go through the report and give you a small presentation. And then we'll
Thank
open it
you.
up for comment.
Welcome tonight.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Isaac. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. It's good to be here with you tonight to present this comprehensive user fee study. I am Eric Johnson from Revenue and Cost Specialist. And before we get started, just want to give you a little brief overview on our company. Next slide, please. Again, I'm Eric Johnson. I've been doing this for 30 years. I've worked with over 100 different agencies in 5 different states, mostly in California. My partner, Chu Tai, who's on an airplane right now, so that's why he couldn't be here, but he was the one who worked with staff on developing this data. He's been a finance director, budget manager, and has been with us for the last 5 years, and we're happy to have him. And we were really one of the founders of this product after Proposition 13 in 1978, when we realized that city government was going to need to know what its services cost because now property taxes were limited. So we were really one of the pioneers of providing this over the last 40 years. So this is a comprehensive study. We looked at all the user fees within the city. We looked at some of the various rental fees within the city. We looked at some fines within the city. What we did not look at is impact fees, utility rates, any form of taxes. So this is all cost of service recovery other than fines, which are more meant to. Next slide, please. And this was a very thorough process over the last number of months, working with staff, identifying all the various different time and services. So that's where we started, is updated all the various different services being provided, the current fees. We added, removed, redefined various fees. So you'll see various fees in here that have a little R before the service title. That means that fee is being removed because it's no longer provided for time. We make sure that these fees are legally defensible, that they're only the cost reasonably borne is what we're showing and not more than the cost reasonably borne. And those costs are defensible costs. Identify what are the various different revenues that are being collected with these fees currently under the current fees. And in some fees, there's more market-based recreation fees. You can't just say that a class costs $1,000, therefore we're going to charge $1,000. You have to be aware of what the market's willing to pay for classes and set, or various recreation services, and set your fees accordingly, just like you would any business. So what have we done? We've really recast the city budget with a business orientation. We did this because voters told us to do this. In 1978, they passed Proposition 13, which, as we all know, limited property taxes. But a year later, they passed Proposition 4, which said that fees that do not exceed the cost reasonably borne of providing the service are not considered taxes. They then reaffirmed this with Proposition 26 in 2010. They wanted government to act more like a business and know its costs. Well, while governmental accounting does a great job of tracking revenues and expenses at the fund, department, and division level, it was never really designed to track revenues and costs at the service level. So we had to create that information. Working with staff, we identified what it costs to provide the full business cost of services to your customers. So there is no city council service. There's no city manager service. These costs, amongst others, are part of the overhead support costs, which we calculate as part of this also. It's like when you go to the store and you buy a can of corn. You know when you buy that can of corn that it includes the cost of the farmer, that it includes the cost of the canner and the distributor and the trucker and the checker in front of you. You know that. We've really done that same thing here. We've identified the full business cost of providing these services to your customers. And as a business, you won't stay in business very long if you don't know this information. Additionally, you won't stay in business very long if you're not able to match up revenues with those costs. So we have done this also. For every fee service we identified, the revenue, and match that up with the cost of providing that service. Next slide, please. So how did we do this? As I mentioned, we sat down with staff and went through what are the services you're providing, looked at the current fees, brought in some different services that you guys may be doing now. How much time is being spent? Who's spending time? In some areas in the planning area, we broke out all the various different steps because a planning application is very complicated. There's many different steps, so we broke out those steps, identified a typical time for a typical project on all these various different applications and the services that you see here. We also looked at, identified how many of these you're doing and looked at the total time so that we can look at how much total time of employees that we've allocated to make sure we haven't over allocated, and also to go back to staff and make sure that that information is making sense. Hey, we've allocated 50% of this planner. Does that make sense? Great. What are the other things we're spending time on? Or no, it doesn't. Let's go back and take a look at the information. So we went through this, and we really want to thank staff for spending the time to help us develop that information. We then had to identify what the costs were. So we looked at the city's budget. We looked at city's employee salaries and benefits, and we calculated a cost allocation plan, a very detailed overhead where we allocated out the cost of city council and city manager and finance and HR and maintenance of the facility to get those costs back to all the various different departments that are using them, because they're basically their customers. Just like you would have overhead in a business, we have a city that we've allocated back onto those end user employees that are providing services to your customers. So we developed a fully allocated hourly rate, salaries, benefits, operating expenses, That overhead I just talked about, both at a city level, but also department overhead or department staff managing within the department, so that we had basically a billing rate for every position within the city. Match that up with that time detail, so now we know what every service costs. We broke the services in between community supported services and personal choice services. I'll talk about that more in a second. For those personal choice services, we then, those fee services, those services that you're either currently charging a fee or you could be charging a fee, we then sat down with the departments again, reviewed that cost information, said, here's the current fee, here's the current cost, and in most cases, recommended increasing that fee to recover those costs. That made sure that staff felt comfortable with that, at least from if we're making changes to the fees, it's going to work. These fees are going to work at the counter. These fees are going to be something that they can use. The city council, of course, decides what those levels are. Next slide, please. Mention community supported services. Those services that are supported with tax dollars. Those services that when people say, what do my taxes pay for? This is what taxes pay for. Those things that only could be supported with tax dollars. Street maintenance, police, fire, parks. Those things that are designed to be supported with tax dollars. Personal choice services, services that are either currently supported with fees or could be supported with fees because the customer is identifiable, the service is measurable. Importantly, it benefits an individual or group, doesn't benefit the larger community. You can still subsidize certain personal choice services. You can subsidize any of these as a council. But there's certain recreation fees are typically subsidized. Another way of I'm kind of a picture person. So another way of looking at everything I just said is these circles here. Taxes and grants are the revenues that support community supported services. Fees are the revenues that support personal choice services. Next slide. But to the extent that fees don't cover the cost of providing the service, the only other place to get that money from is taxes. So we identified about $592,000 in subsidies of tax dollars for personal choice services that are currently. And so to the extent that we increase the fees, that is less money that has to go down to that personal choice services circle and more money that is now available to support. Now, $592,000 a year, that's a lot of money. But we're not suggesting that the city is going to, if they implement all the recommendations in this report, the city will not get $592,000. We're estimating it's more like $294,000. Difference is there's some subsidies that currently exist that we expect to continue to exist, and so we did not project revenues to match the cost. Recreation services, as I mentioned, need to have large subsidies. Animal control. Animal licenses are currently heavily subsidized. We didn't really recommend any changes to those subsidized. Even if you were to double the licensing fees, you would go from 5% to 10%. So there's going to be a large subsidy there. That's the big reason for the difference between the 592. So our goal was to identify the full cost for all the various different services that the city provides, supported or personal choice. We have made, working with city staff, recommendations for all those that are either currently fee services or could be fee services. Up to you to decide who should be charged the full cost and which services should be subsidized with tax dollars. Because this is really about tax subsidy policy. Which services are important enough to the broader community to be supported with tax dollars, and which services are really benefiting individuals and should be borne by them. Services are being provided, the costs are occurring. The question now is who's going to pay for it. So I was going to walk you through the report because it makes great bedtime reading. I strongly suggest that. Kind of walk you through how to read the report because there's the first section of it, the first 3 chapters is basically an overview, background of the process, a lot of what I just talked about now. Get to chapter 4, it starts presenting some summary information. We've grouped them by broad groupings, development services, public safety. There you can see what is the total fee revenue with the current fees, the total service cost, again, fully burdened, the fully burdened business cost. And then for that next column, profit and subsidy. If it's a negative number, it's being subsidized. If it's a positive number, it's making a profit, and which will lower that fee. Current fee is higher than the cost, which is, some of these are in here like that. The actual percent recovery, the suggested percent recovery, in most cases, 100% cost recovery. And then possible new revenue if that recommendation is. So for instance, that first line there, the building plan section, you're only covering 70% of your cost for building plan check and inspection. Recommended a 45% increase that will for the building and safety fees to get it up to where your costs are. Because right now you're subsidizing it to the tune of $110,000 a year. The taxpayer is supporting building safety, building permits, building plan checks to the tune of $110,000. Then Appendix A, which follows after that, it's actually page 44 of the PDF, is a summary of all the current fees and proposed fees. So in one place, you can kind of go down and see what the fee is and what we're proposing to go to recover 100%. There you see the building plan check we just talked about, but the second one down, conditional use permit, it's currently a $5,000 deposit. We're recommending to go to a $4,470 flat fee. There'll be track time. You don't have to track time. It's easier. All the P's in this report in Appendix A on page 40. Past Appendix A is Appendix B on page 80. And for every one of those services that we saw in that summary schedule and we saw in that Appendix A, there'll be these two matching detail sheets. On the left-hand side for every service will be a description of the service, what the current fee is, revenue and cost comparison based on, so look at starting on page 80, the bottom. Revenue and cost comparison, then a recommendation down the lower left. Cost detail on the right-hand page will show who's involved, how much time they're spending on each one of these, how many of them they're doing a year. Those are service. You can see, looking at some, why is this fee so expensive? Detail page in Appendix B and see, okay, we've got a planner at 10 hours. We've got a finance director at 1 hour.
Your report starts at page 194. So you mean the appendices in the back?
The appendices in the back.
It would be page 270, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you reference your actual page numbers here? That'd be easier for us.
Right, so
He doesn't have the packet.
I don't have the packet, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So there
We
should
just
be-
have different page numbers,
Yeah.
but I see a table of contents with the appendices, so
So
think
it's
I'm tracking.
about, Appendix A is about 45 pages past the start. You just kind of flip to the middle of it, you'll see a matching detail sheet.
I see the detail. It's before chapter 4, correct?
And then it keeps going after. That's actually the summary.
Okay. Do we know what our page number would be?
I believe it's
Yeah.
page 270.
270?
I know the comparison is actually on page 234, so that's one of the documents he was talking about. I'm looking for the appendix now.
So Appendix A starts on 234
234, got it.
and Appendix B starts on 270.
Okay, thank you.
And then Appendix C, next slide, please. And Appendix C starts on page 684, and that's basically a detail of all the community supported services. We're not asking for any direction on that. There's no fees involved with them. We just wanted to see the various different community supported services and the costs that we had calculated from that. And then next slide, please. 697. is Appendix D showing what the building and safety fees, what they're going to, what they're coming from and what they're going to, that 45% increase that I mentioned. And then lastly, Appendix. Are the ambulance fees. And we're not recommending any changes to the ambulance fees other than the mileage rates going from 25 to 31. But all the other ambulance fees were you're basically recovering your cost on the ambulance fees. Oh. And next slide, please. Basically just want to reaffirm, we've calculated the cost recommendations, but this is a tax subsidy policy question to the council. How do we want to spend our tax dollars? Are there services in here that you feel we should support, that we should currently, that we're currently subsidizing in the, I'm recommending 100% cost recovery. You're saying, no, this is important enough to our community that we want to support it. We need feedback from you on those questions. Are there services in here that you feel require that level of subsidy and are important enough to the community that you're taking it away from other community supported services? Are there any questions broadly, or we even try to get into detail? Are there any broad questions about what we did or anything I said?
I have a question. First of all, thank you for this comprehensive user plan, the worksheet or analysis. I've went through this and I didn't bring it with me. And the reason why is because I asked who would want to put this on a council member's agenda and not on a workshop? Because at the end of the day, you don't have 5 individuals that are finance individuals. Okay, that's one. Number two, this analysis is going to carry us through for the next future 5 to 10 years. This is a tool for us to navigate and understand what the process, what the cost is per item that we use here in the city. And you giving us a tool. The question is, do we archive this? And is this on Excel? Could we move it over? This is really important information. And this is information that we could also use for our business developers and things like that. But I would recommend and ask that we could go back and go on to a workshop and ask.
So I agree. This is a pretty lengthy document. There is a lot of detail to it. That's why I kind of wanted to give you that disclaimer in the beginning of it. There's different formats we can do. We can bring this back to another council meeting after you can kind of go through it. And the other option, as me and Erica were just talking about, a formal workshop and just go through it in depth and talk about the hours, and we can go through with each department and why does it take so long to do this or whatever it may be. So yeah, a council's direction is to go into it. And again, it's not abnormal to have multiple meetings to discuss these fees because one, your fees are going up, although some are going down. We want to understand what those impacts are. Community input is also important for these type of items because as he just stated, your building fees are going up to 45%. Yes, we're 100% cost recovery, but there are impacts out externally that we need to discuss too as well. So to your point, it's not abnormal for us to come back and have a formal workshop on this if council would like that request.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, the last time we did this type of process was back in 2005, is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
So we went 16 years without doing one and we recovered 293,300.
So what I can say from when I started here and going forward, working with Heather, we've been working on the document that we currently have to try and bring it up to par, getting CPIs built in there, getting the rate structure where we need it to be. So we were constantly working and tweaking the document as much as possible. That's why you see that gap, not as large as you may have seen if we didn't have that working document, keep continuously making it fluid. You would see a bigger gap at that point. So yes, we had a document that was old, but we've been working in it to try and get it as up to par as we can. But at some point, you have to go in there and just scrub it and do it all over again. And that's what you're seeing today.
So do you feel that we need to adopt this and do this at least every 2 years?
No, the format in which we did it now and working with the consultants working now, they actually have a software that will allow us to kind of work the document for a couple of years. Again, good policy and practice is more like 5 years. You don't want to go further than 10 though. So, and that goes for all your fee structures.
And it's important to have the CPI increases in between that, so that you
Correct.
don't have, like guys mentioned, you don't have these big jumps when you actually do take a look at it.
So-
Does that software have escalators on there?
It's funny, we're just changing over software, so our new one does.
Oh, good, that's good.
Oh, we have, right, so we haven't had the study in 16 years. There's 292,000 on the table, which is relatively small compared to what it could be. I would imagine if the city never
And a
updated the
much
costs,
bigger
right?
jump, yeah.
Because every year we get an update. We get a big, long spreadsheet with the updates and costs, and, you know, some of the costs go up, some of the costs go down.
Yeah.
What were those projections based on?
So that was again, going back to the initial report and looking at all the dollars that are built into it. What we use as the basis, we don't have a CPI schedule that's adopted per resolution, look at this scale. What we use is the MOU increases and the salary increases to say, okay, we know SPOA is going up 3% due to the MOU increase factor. So we use that as a basis of our CPI instead of coming back to some type of scale.
And
So
then you just ramped up the rates by that percentage?
correct.
And then with 16 years, 292,000 on the table times 16 is like almost $6 million that the city's left on the table. So this is definitely material and a really good incentive
It's definitely
to
material.
do this.
And again, there's fees that we're adding this year because we didn't have them, right? We can only do the services which are adopted within our rate structures. And some of them got pulled apart and said, well, we may want to separate this. And again, working with the consultants, they have good practices and procedures because they deal with other cities. Well, I know the city of such and such does it this way. Yes, your format's different, but you may want to look at adding this fee on top of that as well. So it does have more cost recovery and allows better services when you look into it in depth.
This service wasn't free itself to do this study, so
No.
not always enough.
I charge by the pound.
So really expensive.
Yeah.
So, you know, it does cost money to do this. So
It
you don't
does.
want to do it every year for that basis, for that reason too, that probably wouldn't realize
Yeah,
savings
and
if you paid for it.
you don't really want to do it because it's an impact on staff. It takes staff time to do it, and doing it every year really impacts staff. And so, yeah, our best practices are 3 to 5 years. 3 years if you've had a lot of organizational change, and 5 years if you haven't.
The finance department has to gauge the impacts, right? What has changed? Are we adding more staff members? Do we have different consultants doing different things? What does that all look like? So just kind of basing it off of CPI will get you there to some point, but then internally, we still have to assess that fee. And we've been doing that within these years since we've been here, saying, okay, well, because we have the old report, right? The old report said, well, the planner only did two hours on it. Well, that's not true. We know the planner did such and such. So we've been working that document as much as possible. The one thing that doesn't get tweaked as much is the overhead. So you really have to come back and do this full study to be able to get that scrub in there and get that analysis done. And that's where you kind of see some of that losing that information. But again, good practice, like you said, 3 to 5 years. You really want to get that done.
Public hearing item. If council doesn't have any questions at this point, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anyone from the public have any input they would like to give at this point? The public hearing is open. Can you take the mic back to Ms. Delgadillo, please?
You know, Victoria Delgadillo, 2029 Elton Street, Selma, California. I'm looking at page 508 on the revenue and cost summary worksheet. And the service provided is the return check processing by the finance department. The current structure says $25 a check. According to the revenue and the cost comparison, we're talking about unit revenue of $25 compared to total revenue of $100. The percentage cost recovery will be 21.46%, which means that the check recovery will go from $25 a check to $115 per check. So that is a huge, significant increase for people who are bouncing checks. But I really think if you're bouncing checks, you need to go to jail. and we could increase revenues. If the chief was here, who knows where Joseph Gomez is, our police chief, we would be able to have him arrest people, and then therefore we would be able to get the district attorney to collect all of these monies. That is not on here. I wanted to point that out. There's a lot of other items that I'm looking at that are not mentioned in this detailed study. I have an accounting degree. I had to learn accounting line by line. I used to have a budget of $686 million. I balanced my budget to the penny. No one ever asked me where my money went because my money was spent properly. I stuck by a budget. I used that budget to the best of my abilities, and my staff was always involved in my budget spending. I always had enough money for personnel spending. If you can't pay your employees, by golly, look out. And my concern is paying the city employees because we have some of the best city employees. And I am concerned, deeply concerned, that we will not have enough money to pay our employees and to give them the raises that they are overdue. So this means absolutely nothing to me on this budget if we cannot do just that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else have any input during the public hearing part of this agenda item? City Clerk, do we have anybody online or on the phone?
Hi, Mr. Reese, your line is open. Please use *6 to unmute your line, or if using the Zoom app, simply click on the microphone.
Yes, I like to go to Community Development Department.
Can you state your full name?
Oh, my name is Dan Reese, and I live in the city of Selma. I like to go to the part where it's where community development is and their plan check fees. Now, because I have a little insight to that, one of my questions is, now on your plan check fees that you're charging, are you farming out most of your plan check fees, plan checks that people submit to the building department?
So I can answer that question. And so majority of our plan checks are farmed out to a consultant. Some do stay inside in-house. It all depends on what the project is, the size of it, and the time available for our building inspector to review those plans.
In what percentage would you say that on your plan checks that are farmed out, that it is costing the city for that? I'm not asking for numbers, but a percentage basis.
Are you referring to the contract that we pay the consultant and what that cost factor is?
Yes.
So the consultant that we carry right now at the moment, it varies between the type of plans that they're reviewing. It could be 55% to 50% of the fee that we're charging.
Okay. Can you tell me the company that you're tied with as far as farming those plans out? That you're using for plan checks?
Rod Carsey's from Indiana.
Rod Carsey Consulting.
Oh, okay. All right. And the other question is, does the development director show up on your meetings in the evening?
The meetings in the meeting referring to which meetings?
To your city council meetings?
Our community development director shows up to all the meetings, correct?
Okay. So this is the new development director that you have, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, that's it. Just wanted to know.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment online or on Zoom, City Clerk?
To the other caller that we have online, please use the raise your hand feature and we will call you or we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, we have no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. That we will close the public session and bring the item back to the council. At this point, does the council have any additional questions or additional comments that they would like to make? Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree with Councilman Trio. I would like to have a workshop just to understand a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty intense and since I'm fairly new at this,
So-
I do better in workshops.
I agree the workshop format is probably one of the best, considering we do have a new council member. Some of these fee structures, you might want to ask questions on how does it work, what is it for, and things of that nature. So it may not, the workshop may not all be entailed as far as why do we have that cost, but it can be, what is this process and why do we do it? So that could be a great idea.
I think it's also because of the fact that in the past 2 years since I've been elected, a lot of people have spoken in regards to bottlenecking into the planning department. Why does the city go through this? Why is there long-term? And we as a council member, and we go into the workshops and we find out, well, city staff, there's this amount of time is being spent by the finance director, the public works director is involved. And by that, we're able to not only foresee what the expense is, but we can get ready for our next budget and we can be budgeting and expensing in the proper format. And that's what this is actually, one of its tools is the main reason to have this. That's why we're so happy to have this brought into our city council. I just think it's really important that we sit down and we actually talk about this and make it something that's actually for the future for our city.
Maybe we could have like a workshop before the council meeting, like 5:30 or something,
That'd be whatever. It's
or
just
5. Okay,
dedicated to this.
Well, the workshop, it may be a little longer than a half hour.
You might
or,
want
or whenever, 4 o'clock, whatever.
to consider it a couple hours.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe start at 4 and go till 6. Just before we do the workshop, question for you. Page 229 of my version of your doorstop. The development services is number 1. And that has like there's possible new revenue of 181.4. So it definitely shows that there's some inefficiencies or lack of cost and revenue matching there. But fire services is right behind it. I mean, it's not as much, but it's a third of that. It's like 74,000. And there's nothing really that's close to that. What are some of those fire services that are not matching the revenue with the cost?
Sprinklers, sprinkler plan check and inspection.
Our marshal services.
And what are we doing as a city? And we could get in this more in the workshop, but did you take a look at that, Chief Peterson? And are all the department heads addressing these items like this?
That's correct. We met with finance and the consultants, along with the fire marshal, and the division chief when we discussed the EMS side of things. And we reviewed all the various plan checks and things like that the fire marshal does do, and how much time is committed to that and all
So
those
it's
various
getting the
factors.
departments to really look at the processes and procedures, and that's a really good thing. See what's going on in the departments. So if the city council were to just, pass this on bank, and would there be increases in rates like for park rentals? You said you're not touching the parks, but I saw that there are some inefficiencies there too. The city's not recovering its costs. Overnight, would those rentals go up, and would some of these development fees, these application fees go up?
So the fees have kind of two different methods here. One is what we call a development fee, and the others are just user fees. Development fees actually by statute have to, let's say you adopted them today, they can't actually go into in effect until 60 days from today. The other fees would actually go into effect right away.
So the park rental is total fee revenue of 1225, service costs 8201, page 226. And there is a negative profit there, or a loss of 6976. So to make that up, I would think there would have to be additional fees charged. So the rates would go up 40%, is that
Well,
correct?
there are some increases recommended, but that's where we worked with staff to say, what do we feel? What does staff feel that knows the community, what people are willing to pay? Because you can set it at a level that people aren't willing to pay. You don't have any rentals. Now you
Right.
see your revenues go away.
And what it would be helpful as a elected representative would be to have costs like this that we could actually look at. We don't have to go digging for, on 1 page or 2 pages. That would give us these kind of public service type of fees that would go up in the event that the council passed this. That'd be helpful to see that.
That would be part of the analysis that you're going to do in the workshop.
So that is part of the analysis. Your packet starting on page, I think it's 234, does that side by side comparison of what those fees are currently at versus what they're going to. I will say that the fees that they're currently using are when we started this process. So we had a rate adjustment in between there, but it's giving you that kind of that side by side.
If I can make a comment really quick, just earlier today, we had a developer come to us and tell us what his wish list is in regards to what the city council has to do in order to entice developers. I would flip that and say to myself, as a council, is say to have a workshop to understand the actual analysis of what the cost is, what the developer fees are, actual cost actuals right now. So when we do entice the carrot, we understand a true value of what the cost is. So we get a true analysis and we actual gain. Right now, if we don't see this and we don't have a workshop, we're going to throw up carrot out there and we really don't want to know what the actual value on that is, correct?
At the end of the day, this is all about information.
It's information and in this analysis. And that individual that wants us to throw a carrot out there, we could throw that carrot and not have a workshop and approve this and be not at the point where we really want to be at. And that workshop would put us in a position to have to intake the analysis and intake the numbers and turn around and do a true representation, and we can actually win, really win from it. Right?
All about it. If you have good information, you're always ahead of the
So I
game.
mean, it'd be good to be able to run the numbers like a tax sharing agreement, what kind of impact that would be. It sounds great, but would it pay for itself? What would it stimulate? Right, so we have a workshop down the line?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, because this is a public hearing, so we would have to come back after the workshop and then do another public hearing? Was that your question? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to answer your question,
Okay.
if council would like me to.
Please.
So because you've already opened the public hearing and closed the public hearing, then you can table this item to another specific time and date or just table it to another date to be announced. Obviously, members of the public are there, but you don't have to hold the public hearing. You've already held it. You've closed it. So now you can just, it's kind of, the next meeting is kind of part of your deliberation as a council.
Okay.
Okay.
And is this time-based? Do we need to
Yeah.
make some sort of action on this, or do we have
No.
time to deliberate a little more fully?
You have time. I mean, the one thing I don't want to do is rush you into something and something come back later and say, why is this so high? I mean, I want to be able to give time to be able, because we all know, let's put it this way, right? So as a development standpoint, if somebody's going to say, well, those fees are too high. Well, yeah, but we had this workshop, we had this conversation. You understand what it takes to get this development fee to where it is and why we adopted and accepted that.
Sounds like
So-
we're focusing on development, so we're gonna have a meeting with the planning commission. Should we put it during that one, or should we have?
They're totally independent. Planning Commission does its own body of work as far as reviewing in documents and things of that nature. This really goes to the core of what staff does on a daily basis.
Staff cost?
So it's really outside of the Planning Commission.
So we'll table this with, do we need a vote, or can we do it with consensus?
Need a motion.
Is there a motion? Is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
Call the roll to table this item to a future council date, please.
And that date is to be determined.
DVD.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. All right, that we're done with our public hearing items tonight. We'll move on to our next item, which is a regular agenda discussion item to discuss adoption of parliamentary procedures. Report, please.
This item was put on the agenda at the request of Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, and I think she'd like to make a presentation.
So, when I came, there's been just a lot of things. When we're up here, everybody gets passionate about what we're passionate about. We have certain items that we're passionate about. Our community's passionate about certain things, but just not just this council, but I've seen a few other council meetings in the past with this body, but different council members, that there has just not been any order, and so I asked, what is the procedure? Are we using Robert's rules of order? Are we using, what's the other one, Rosenberg? What parliamentary procedures are we using? I know we have the code of conduct, but that's separate from what the parliamentary procedures are. And it just seems like even today it happened where if it's something that is favoring one side, it doesn't get stopped. But if it's attacking another side, then it gets stopped. So it just shows like favoritism one way or another. And so putting these in place would actually keep us in order, keep us in line, make sure that we're following the procedures and we're running the meeting smoothly. And we're being professional about it, and we're respecting everybody's time and everybody's opinion. And so again, when I asked, I said, we have a parliamentary procedure? And the answer was not one adopted. And so I would like to give direction to the interim city manager and to city attorney to research what type of parliamentary procedures there are out there, whether it's a hybrid, whether we start adopting or we adopt Robert's Rules of Order or we adopt Rosenberg's or a hybrid.
Okay, discussion. Any council members have anything they would like to respond to at this time?
I have no discussion. I think that we need, and then this just goes for everybody. We just need a little more order. And if that's going to bring us, and I don't know what it entails, I'm new to that part of it. If it entails a training, I'm for it. Whatever it takes to get to the end game, to better our community and to get a dialogue between all of us and to make sure it's respectful. I'm to a point of just making sure that, we're on YouTube or we're on video, and I just want to make sure that we bring it back to our community and be respectful. So whatever we got to do, I'm good.
I have a comment. I'm really glad that they brought this up. I'm really glad she put this on the agenda because it has been very clear that Councilmember Trujillo and Councilmember Navarro, it's okay for you to interrupt and try to cut us off, but when someone does it to you, it's not okay. This is all stems back. You just made a comment. When it happens on the other side, it's okay, they can get away with it, but when it happens on this side, we can't. You don't stop it. When the citizens were here over 2 years or a year ago, 2 years ago, and yelling at me, yelling at the mayor, or at the time he was a council member, yelling at the other council member, it was okay. The citizens could do and say whatever. We had to take it. But now that the tables are turned and it's, I don't know, thick skin or not, this is the political arena. People are going to talk to you a certain way.
That's harassment.
No,
And that's,
wait,
and
wait.
that's,
I
when
just,
people are yelling, it's
Can we not
harassment.
interrupt each other?
I would like
Can
to
you let
say
the
what I have to
council member
say.
And then you
I
can speak.
just stated, Councilmember
That's an
Trujillo,
example.
once I'm done speaking, you got the floor. I agree. Nobody should be treated that way. I didn't like it when they did it to me. It was harassment. He's absolutely right. I was harassed. I didn't like it, but hey, it comes with the territory. But
Okay.
again, it's it's the council member that is the one feeling hurt. It's sorry, it comes with the territory. But nobody cried and said, Sarah, I didn't appreciate that. I couldn't say anything. I had to take it. That's what I was told. Thick skin. Okay. But do I agree? No, I don't agree. I don't agree with anybody that should be yelled at, shouted at, harassed. I don't agree with that. I don't agree that anyone should be treated that way or cursed at. We even get that. I've heard it out there when we're walking to our cars. I've heard people screaming and yelling at each other. It's ridiculous. I think it's an embarrassment. I really do. I think it's a total embarrassment when people can't speak and finish speaking. I learned that in kindergarten. Do not interrupt someone when they're speaking. I mean, it says that on Robert Rule, right here. It should be only one person should be speaking at one given time. Basic. It's pretty basic. I mean, I've learned this, like I said, when I went to kindergarten, not to interrupt anybody. But we want to set policies and procedures. We want to set professionalism. You bet. That's how we should be delivering our messages. You bet.
Okay,
Um,
can I go ahead and respond?
I know.
I'm gonna respond this way. If we agree and we want to be professional and we want to make sure we keep things in order, let's approve this and let's honor it.
Anyone else have any more comments?
I just have one more thing, because what I did say is that I saw what previous council looked like. So I did mention that previous council too didn't look like they had parliamentary procedures that they were following, and this council. And as far as me having thick skin, I think that my silence has been speaking volumes, because I've taken so much from so many people. And guess what? I will keep taking it as long as I can do better for this community, because that's my number one goal, is to better this community, have a best council. If anything, somebody else should have brought this a couple of years ago if they had any issues. And so I'm looking at what policies and procedures we have. And so with that, I make a motion that we,
Not every council member's had a chance to weigh
okay,
in.
well,
So
go
make a
ahead.
motion.
I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
Okay, so now we have a motion and now we have a second on the floor.
This item, council, this item is only for discussion and direction, so
Oh,
you
okay.
cannot take an action item on this item.
Thank you.
tonight.
So can we let the other council members speak? Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a start, and, from what we've seen, I think it will be a very good start if everybody respect what we decide tonight on this one.
Okay. Well, I would say that this is a continuation of Councilmember Mendoza Navarro attacking me from the very first meeting and trying to shut me down. And I would refer the council member to our Selma Municipal Code, which says, and that's 172, that says the mayor shall preside at the meetings of the council. So if you're just trying, once again, like you tried to take me off of COG, you tried to make it so I couldn't make designations for committees. Well, that failed because those are contractual. Those things are in writing with JPAs. Now you're going to try another way of undercutting my authority as the mayor. Don't forget, I was elected by the people, not you. You were elected in your district, and I congratulate you for that. But I was elected as the mayor, and per the city code, I preside at the meetings of the council. And of course, we follow rules of order. That's what we do. But this seems to me to be just another pretext to find a way to silence the mayor, and that ain't gonna happen. So let me refer you back to Robert's Rules of Order, and it says organizations using parliamentary procedure usually follow a fixed order of business. Below is a typical example of Robert's Rules of Order and the parliamentary procedures. Call to order, roll call of members present, reading of minutes of last meeting, officers' reports, committee reports, special orders, unfinished business, new business, announcements, and adjournment. It's procedural. You just don't want to hear opinions that don't agree with yours, but we have to take it when we're up here. I mean, when we had the meeting, when we had the public discussion on the proclamation of Pride Month, we had someone get up and graphically describe a sex act up there during their 3 minutes. They have a right. The public has a right to speak, just like we council members have a right to speak our opinions without being interrupted. 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the animal shelter. And you two, Trujillo and Navarro, both had their opportunities to speak. And then I spoke. And 2 minutes into my speech, both just jumped on me. Let's just observe the rules of politeness, as Councilmember Guerra says, and let people finish their thoughts. And then you can say what you will. But to introduce some sort of bureaucratic machinery again, like your code of conduct that you brought in that we had from 2016, which cost $2,500 of taxpayer money and didn't do a darn thing for our city. Let's do things that move our city forward and not divide us. This is yet another way of dividing our council. With that, do we have any members of the public who would like to have input? Mr. Hilo, or Ms. Delgadillo in the back raised her hand first. Then whoever raised their hand after that can speak.
Gloria Delgadillo, 2029 Alton Street. I would like to state that this woman sitting here attacked me and Mr. Robertson and his beautiful wife here, Rose Robertson. We were walking out on the parking lot. I had to go to the police department
Let's keep
to
it,
make a
Ms.
report.
Delgadillo, can we keep it on the
Thank
topic,
you.
Robert's Rules of
Yes,
Order?
please.
Parliamentary procedure.
Back in 1999, the city of Selma wanted to open up a preschool daycare center. There were over 300 people every night at council meetings here. I was called a antichrist by Jeff Shepherd's then wife. Bob Allen was on the council.
Can we-
Jim
Can we do this?
Avalos was on the council. The parliamentary vote
Thank you.
was a 2-2 vote because Mr. Bob Allen purposely failed to come to the meeting and vote. He is being paid to vote. We voted in our council to be up there and vote, not to be hiding behind a woman's skirt, so to speak. I am very disturbed because it cost us $38,000 in legal fees as a result of his actions, or you would say
Do this on the parliament. how this relates
inactions.
to the-
So the vote was a
Parliamentary
2-2
procedure.
vote. We paid $1,000 for the hearing and the
Let her
$1,000.
speak. Let her speak. Please keep it on the parliamentary procedure, ma'am. Thank you.
The parliamentary procedure was a 2-2 vote. The attorney was Neil Costanzo and another attorney. Were the attorneys here on record? And they said, due to parliamentary, the 2-2 vote means that we, the people who filed the appeal, lost. So we lost. So we sued the city, and then parliamentary procedure was kicked out, and they said, no, you cannot say a 2-2 vote is parliamentary procedure. A 2-2 vote means it's a tie, not parliament. You cannot pull parliamentary, is what our lawyers, Martin Kazanowicz, ETL, they said no. And sure enough, we appealed it. We went to the Superior Court. We won. The city sued us again. We went to the appellate court. We won again. We had to pay $10,000
Ms.
more
Delgadillo,
to get our
appreciate your
money back.
comments.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have a comment at this time?
Hi, Michelle Garza, 1705 Thompson here in Selma. Parliamentary procedures are normally in place so that a board or a council can conduct business in a most efficient way while preserving the rights of its members. While I agree that a council member must have thick skin, abuse is not an option. I have witnessed more than I would like to say. I swore to myself I was going to come learn about my city. Wasn't going to say not one word. Was going to learn what was going on, try to involve myself. I made one meeting silent. I'm hearing from my friend, the mayor of Chowchilla, about the disorganization in our city. How embarrassing. That's a colleague and a professional. Her uncle lives here. She knows I live here. That's why she's asking me. It also adopts standards, rules, and ethics, and as a self-governing body, you are representatives and individuals bound only by your personal power and conscience. I have not once watched you vote for your constituents. There is no way that all of us Selma residents are that different. You couldn't even agree on the code of conduct. Why is that? The only thing that was added was quit abusing each other in public on social media. I brought this up last time. Raina has been great, and thank God for our department heads and the continuity that they bring. Because whatever you guys have going on is an embarrassment and it stalls progress. Raina reminded me that business continues to be taken care of because of these department heads and hard workers. There is way too much. I did this for the city. I did that. Who cares? I don't. I don't care who built the shelter. I don't care who poured the concrete or donate. Nobody really cares. So for us to have to hear it every meeting, get over yourselves. It's embarrassing. And if truly 5 people were sitting up there voting for their constituency, there would be no dispute on how to behave and conduct yourselves in public. You are representatives representing people. And they, not one of them expected to see what they see at these meetings. Doesn't say there's not going to be civil discourse.
Thank you for
or
your comments.
criticism.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment they would like to make at this time?
Jim Avenel, 1701 Dinuba, again. On this particular matter, being a former councilman and also a mayor of the city as well, you're right, Sarah. You got to be thick-skinned up there. I agree. Being on the council for 16 years, I got it. People meet me on the street, they yell at me, they address their issues. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something, guys. You guys took an oath under the Constitution. Am I correct? Solemnly swear the Constitution is country. It is a part of that, you guys. Freedom of speech. Always remember that, guys. We're not a communist country. At the same time, we respect ourselves, okay? When we're up there, we respect, there are going to be differences. Trust me. Even my own counterparts, when I was a mayor, they came down and scolded me. That's fine. I said, okay, thank you. I'll take it under advisement. Get up here and just take care of business. It didn't, it is what it is, guys, up there. And I know it's not an easy job, but remember, we're for the people. You guys are for the people. You represent the people. We got to move Selma forward. We have to get over our differences. Whatever it is, get over it. We got to move the town forward. Okay, guys, we have opportunities right now. We got Ross that opened up opportunities. Dwight Nelson came and made a speech on the past, and we have Moses in the back here, transit thing, bringing money to the city of Selma. He's brought money to the city of Selma. He's put gates on our city city yard, with no charge, you know what I mean? We have to look at these matters, we guys like that, we got to do partnerships, partnerships. Look at the avenues, look at fees, this guy's bringing money in, you look at the money he's going to bring to the city of Selma, jobs creation, and also bringing money to the city of Selma. These employees that work for the city of Selma, these employees make the city happen, all the way down. From public works, fire, police, everybody makes everybody happen. But it's got to be very important that we all work together as a team. and especially right now, there's, you know, there's issues going on, guys. We have to get over those issues, okay? You know, these procedures, you know, come on, guys. This is like old school. Come on. Let's move on and take care of business and let's go. Okay? That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Okay, that will bring it back to council. This is a discussion item, so if there's no more discussion,
But we do have, can we give a direction? Okay, I give direction to the city manager and city attorney to work on parliamentary procedures.
Just need a consensus.
Census.
no, no way. Yeah, I don't give consensus, not to this, waste of time, no way.
How much is that gonna cost?
Now, how much is this gonna cost staff time?
You do not, and this is my first time here, council, so I apologize, but normally when you give direction, it's a majority of the council that consents, and then the direction is given. You can do a roll call of consensus. Basically, it's not a motion, but it's a consensus.
So council, you can't let us know how much this is gonna cost? Because it's gonna be an addition.
Yeah,
Gonna be more legal fees, right, where you're gonna have to look up.
it depend, I guess it would depend on what the city manager and what the council would like the city attorney to do. If you want us to write it, obviously that costs some money. If you want us to review it, that costs a little bit of money.
Is
It
that what
just
the
depends.
motion is? So what's the motion?
direction.
Give direction to the city manager to work with the attorney to, so that they can bring back the parliamentary procedures.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so just to be clear, the motion is for the city manager to meet with the city attorney or to get with the city attorney and direct the city attorney to research the parliamentary procedures, which will be reflected in the monthly bill. Is that correct? Or will that be a special charge?
That would be in the bill.
Oh, okay. All right, so with that, there's no other input. We'll call the roll.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, with that we'll move on to the next item. Council request to discuss the 2018 Fresno County Rural Transit Agency property purchase APN 390-190-15S. Report, please.
This item was put on the agenda at the request of Mayor Robertson.
That's your report. Okay. All right. I want to thank Mr. Stites for hanging out tonight and remaining here through all of these agenda items. You had a very late agenda item tonight. You were placed very late on the agenda. Yes, as the interim city manager said, I did request this item to come back. We had Councilman Trujillo who had asked at a previous meeting, where was the appraisal on the land where the new maintenance facility is going to go? And that was never answered as far as what I understood, but we did get a very good comprehensive report from the finance director, assistant city manager, Mr. Moreno, showing the economic impact report. And I felt that the people had a right, since the councilman brought this very important issue up about the appraisal, that we should follow through and talk about the benefits that the actual maintenance facility will have. So this agenda item didn't have anything of what the finance director sent us, but I brought the economic impact report and I would like it read into the record tonight, please. The economic impact report. I would like it as a record of this meeting, public record. And I would just like to add, I'm speaking, sir. And I would just like to add that there are benefits to this project, which we can get into. We have Mr. Director Stites here of the FCRTA. But before we do that, I would like to open this to other council members as to whether they have any input at this time before we hear from Mr. Stites.
I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing it and putting it back on the agenda. First of all, just for clarification, I had asked before I ran for city council, because I was doing some due diligence and I own businesses in Selma, so, and that got me curious, and that's why I started getting involved with the community. I want to make some statements to make sure they reflect what I believe in. I wholeheartedly support the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. And my questions and my direction from the last meeting was, I wasn't questioning the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. I was actually questioning our staff, the transactions, how they occurred. And back then, 2 weeks ago, they answered some questions. But since then, the city assistant manager sent us an email. And the email stated that, and I'll read it. It said, I have attached the requested document, including an economic impact and property appraisal. So you're right, Mr. Mayor. I do acknowledge that I did request information in regards to that. So let's just take things step by step, because I've been asked many, many times to do my due diligence. Here's the email that I received from our finance director. And it states perfectly that it's an appraisal. This is the resolution the city council adopted back in 2018. And I'm going to read it to you what the council requested. This agency desires to sell the property at its highest and best value. Okay, that's what the resolution states. These are all due diligence. This is what we're supposed to be doing. Because of course, we're working with property that's owned by the community, right? That's what we're putting in office. Here's what I got that calls for a reappraisal. It's called a BP. It's called RPS. RPS is the one that did this appraisal. It's a broker price opinion. It's not an appraisal. I need to beg to differ. I have a finance director / assistant city manager sending an email telling me I have an appraisal. This is not an appraisal. That's the reason why I sit on council. That's the reason why I sit here. And that's the reason why I question things. I'm not attacking anybody personally. I'm just making sure I do my due diligence. I have nothing to say in regards to the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. It supports a lot of employees. But you see, we as legislators in this community, we have to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's. We cross our T's and dot our I's, and we see that we don't have an appraisal, but we have what's called a BPO, broker price opinion. So the next question I have is for our attorney. Is a BPO exactly the same as a appraisal?
They're not the same.
They're not the same. So this is not an appraisal certificate.
That's not a certified appraisal, no.
So then why do I have an email stating that I got an appraisal? Because I'm a city council member representing this community. That's one. Number two, we should have a bigger concern. We have RPS real estate, and the person that did the appraisal that gave us the broker price opinion is Ramza Corey. She sits on the planning commission. That's a violation. That's a conflict of interest. Why am I bringing this up? Why do I bring this up? We're questioning why we're asking questions, and we're bringing things like this. I'm a council member to represent our community. I'm not here to attack anybody, but I have a mayor asking why I'm bringing this up. And he's the one that actually brought it up. This is me doing my due diligence, you guys. This is me representing the community. This is me asking questions. This is what I should be doing. I'm not attacking anybody personally. People may take it a personal attack because they don't like the questioning. But here's all the information. Resolution number 2018-7-70R states, the agency desires to sell the property at its highest value. It's right here. Do you think a broker price opinion is giving the city of Selma the best price? Okay, so let's get back to the real subject. I've been asked, do I support the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency? I support it 100%. I voted for the last 2 years. But you know what I do? I'm gonna do my due diligence. I'm gonna make sure all my staff, and the only people I can hire and fire are the city manager and the city attorney. But I will do this for you guys, representing the community. I will ask questions. So if somebody else wants to go and attack me personally in regards to what I'm asking, why I'm asking, keep in mind, I was the actual individual that went and decided to vote for the police station and build it. And I had 130 people here tell me that I was over budgeted. But yet the community was told that we were using monies, but we ended up using an ambulance fund. And I taught the community that because I did my due diligence. I'll keep doing it. I'm not attacking nobody personally. Guys, if anybody wants copies of these, I'll give them to you guys. But this is me doing my due diligence like I always do. I've been here for 2 years. I'll keep doing it. So to answer the mayor's question, yes, I had asked that question, but I had asked the question and the answer was already answered. But guess what? He put it back on the agenda and I'm asking and I'm saying to the city attorney, is a broker price opinion a certified appraisal? No. To the city manager, is a broker price opinion a certified appraisal?
No.
So I have a conflict. But I have a conflict, but I have a conflict, but I want to make sure one thing gets done. Understand point blank. I support the Rural Transit Agency. This is not about if I don't support it. I am questioning the fundamental transactions of this community that I have to and I should be doing it. Because that's my due diligence and that's what I'm supposed to do. So where do I go from there? Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing it back. I answered everybody's questions. No personal attacks, just doing my work, doing my job. That's what I'm known for. That's what I will do. So, and I thank you for the pleasure to answer the question, Mr. Mayor. I yield back to everybody else.
Any other council member have any input at this point?
So, my question is, how did we lose any money with this broker price opinion? If we didn't get the proper appraisal, how much money are we losing out by selling this property or we sold this property? I don't know if that's a question. I know you won't know the answer because, but I'm just, that's what I'm asking. Like I'm being questioned about why I'm using money for this, why I'm using money for that, but where are we losing money here? Well, we're not doing our due diligence or we're not doing the proper procedures to buy property. I'm sorry, to sell property, and then using somebody that's on a planning commission that's a potential conflict of interest. So those are the kind of things that, again, I'm looking at also as an auditor. I'm looking at this as a compliance. And so this is a big issue to me. Because if we're selling property and we're not getting the proper information, then that's a problem.
All right, council has weighed in at this point. Did you want to weigh in or did you want to wait?
I'll
Well,
wait till
at this point, the finance director should probably be given a chance to respond. If you like, would you like to respond?
Sure, I'll be happy to respond to
Okay.
anybody's comments.
Great.
So let's go back a little bit when we're talking about the property and the purchase and the sale. This property was part of the RDA, is part of that process, and the successor agency. The book value at that point in time that we purchased it was about $250. What we received from this transaction was about $250 in that sense. The funds that were received for the property, the sale, actually goes back to the successor agency, not to the city in that sense. So just, I want to be clear that the city funds itself is independent, although the successor agency is an extension of that. Those funds that do get received were put to the obligations of the successor agency, and then go back into the state itself. If there's
Just to
funds available.
clarify, so I'm understanding, the land in question that the maintenance facility is going to go on was not owned by the city, which we haven't heard from the council members. It was owned by the successor agency to the RDA, which is shorthand for redevelopment agency.
Well,
Is that correct? Which was abolished a few years back?
The statutory agency is an extension of the city. I will say that.
I'm gonna answer
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah, that's the statutory agency is an extension of the city itself. Although it's a component of the RDA and how that functionality work came
So
place.
did that money from the sale go in the city coffers?
It did not.
Oh, it
As-
did not.
Okay.
So the
it
city
went
couldn't
into the
use that
statutory
money.
agency fund.
All right, so the city couldn't use that money that came from the sale to say hire a couple police officers, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so the city couldn't use it, so it goes somewhere else. All right, continue.
So as far as to answer your question, that is the only document that I have as far as a value appraisal that we received. So to answer your question, yes, that's the result we received at that point in time.
Okay, and we have Mr. Stites here as the director, of the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. Would you like to come up? Mr. Stites, please be recognized. Thank you for coming and sitting through this long meeting. And maybe you could provide some enlightenment in terms of what happened with this, because Councilman Trujillo has helped us to jog our memories and to go back and look at this process of what was the process of how this maintenance facility came to be.
Sure. Moses Stites, General Manager, Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Going back to probably 2018, the FCRTA put out a request for a location of a maintenance facility. And at that time, the State Route 99 Golden State Corridor was probably the most desirable location for the maintenance facility. Why? The central location of State Route 99, it basically divides the east and west parts of Fresno County. And the solicitation went out to the city of Fowler, city of Kingsburg, and the city of Selma. At the end of the day, we did receive two proposals, one from the city of Kingsburg and one from the city of Selma. City of Fowler decided not to pursue it because they did not think they had properties available. One of the portions of that solicitation or request, if you will, was land available within each jurisdiction. And in working with the staff at the time, it was desirable to come into the city of Selma based on the property that was identified, which was at that time where the fire department training facility was. Subject to relocation. The other part of that request and pursuit was the adjoining properties on that island, if you will. All of you know where that property is located, right across from the Selma Unified Maintenance Facility. And there's essentially a road that circulates around that. So we pretty much call it the island. And in negotiations with the city of Selma at the time with the staff, it was proposed that because it was owned by the RDA and the successor agency, that we would negotiate with the city for a price, staff at the time, subject to the Department of Finance, state of California, approving the sale of the property. So at that time, that is the procedure that was in place to procure the property on behalf of FCRTA. And also with the stipulation in part of the negotiations to relocate the fire training facility to another location at FCRTA's expense. So the city would not be out of pocket any funding whatsoever. So the transaction was one, to purchase the property subject to Department of Finance approval, and also to relocate the fire department.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last one. So you're saying that the city, when it sold this land, followed all the legal requirements in terms of however they valued the land. It was subject to a thorough review by the Department of Finance in California, which had to approve that sales transaction. In other words, saying that that was an adequate sales amount to compensate the taxpayer for that land. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, in negotiations with the staff at that time, FCRTA also agreed to transfer the fire training facility to another.
How much did that cost?
I don't know exactly, close to $100,000. That's what we had budgeted. But that, you know, we spent up to $100,000 for that relocation.
Wow, very generous.
So, you know, again, that was the negotiations at the time. You had a different council, you had different staff. And, you know, it was our intent in good faith, working with the city. And I believe at that time, the city was also acting in good faith, just as we presented the agreements at the last council meeting that I was here for the extension of the maintenance employees. And all those things were taken into consideration in those negotiations. And again, they were done in good faith, I believe, by both parties. Okay. I can look back on different situations, whether we bought buses or whether we purchased CNG facilities. And I can look back and say, oh, could we have gotten a better price? The changes that occur with the economy and so forth, or vendors, and you can do that. But at the time, going back to 2018, that's what took place at that particular time.
Well, I'm just glad the Department of Finance came in and said that that procedure and the way the land was valued was legal and proper, and there was nothing improper about the person writing the opinion, and there was nothing improper about the value of the land. And I appreciate your coming here and awarding that contract to the city of Selma, because it's going to have a great benefit.
Well, you know, we plan to continue to work with the city of Selma. Again, this is a central location. We've got some other projects on the books. I came here at another council meeting, I think during the pandemic, and the majority of the folks were on the Zoom calls, but based on our business model that we're doing, we're working with developers on affordable housing. And we recently got 2 funded, one in Kalinga, and there's buses approved for that. And the state is really looking at transportation as an part of these applications. Got notice for Parlier that was the other one that's pending is Sanger. And when you look at these affordable housing, and regardless of the NIMBY issues, the real estate locations and so forth, the prosperity that it brings to these cities. And I say prosperity because it's a win-win situation with these affordable housing units. We've also just recently received approval for a microgrid solar grant, which is a study for approximately $400,000. And that microgrid solar study is going to afford us an opportunity to go within each city in Fresno County, the 13 incorporated cities, and also the unincorporated communities, and analyze the possibility of taking vacant lots, putting in solar units with charging units. What that does is provides an additional economy for each city where residents can qualify to get electric vehicles from the San Joaquin Air District. Get vouchers up to $9,500. Also, with those solar charging panels and battery backups on these vacant lots, it will help with the utility and affordability to the residents in the cities. And Selma is one of 13 incorporated cities that would benefit from this. The only thing is we have to identify properties in these cities, and hopefully they're city-owned or even brownfields, because there's funding available to clean those up, number one. Number two, there are state agencies that are looking for projects like this. And again, I come back to Selma because it's centrally located. It's still along adjacent State Route 99 along the Golden State Corridor. So these are some of the other projects that are coming about. We do have that maintenance agreement with the city of Selma. We believe that, again, negotiating in good faith with that maintenance agreement, city, I believe, has a pretty good net. The bottom line on that one, you can check with your finance manager, assistant city manager. And so there's a lot of pluses and benefits for both parties in this endeavor that we're currently engaged in. And I want to continue that because I think there's a lot of opportunity here in the city of Selma. And we can get into that at some other time, but I've been involved, by the way, in the city of Selma since 1990. All this development that Mr. Nelson talked about earlier, I was involved in all of that when I was working for Caltrans. So there's quite a history here, and I can give you specifics on that, the cost on those, the Stillman, all those things, the Walmart, the improvements that were done at those locations. the
Gosh, Mr.
CMAQ
Stites,
funding.
the
Anyway.
nexus between affordable housing and transportation is definitely there. It's a little outside of what we're talking about right now, but I can't thank you enough for letting us know, and the benefits of this maintenance facility are certainly deep and significant to this city. And I, for one, thank you for that. And thank you for holding on for this long meeting. I mean, just looking at the economic impact analysis that the finance director said, it's going to create 60 jobs, this maintenance facility, 60 jobs. Overall, it's going to have an estimated economic boon and benefit to the city of $7,058,000. That cannot be underestimated. And I want to thank you for choosing Selma to locate this maintenance facility and to start that construction and create all those jobs and what we need here, and to create and make our city a transportation hub. Did any other council members have a question for the Director Stites at this point, or anybody from
I
the?
just want to say thank you for everything you guys have been doing for the city of Selma. My questioning was not intended to you. It's in regard to our staff. So I thank you, and I fully support our, Fresno County role. I've seen all the good work, and I see in Parlier what you're doing, and I thank you, and we'll keep supporting it. My question is where are with our staff, and they'll keep going. They'll keep coming up. My questioning on our staff will be coming up, and that's what I'm here for. But I thank you for everything you've been saying. That's good, and I see it, and I thank you, and we support it.
Thank you, Councilman.
No, I just want to say the same thing. I want to tell you, thank you. Thank you for partnering with Selma, the city of Selma, and for all your knowledge and bringing the rural transportation over, because I've seen the difference, and other cities around are also seeing it. So it does impact. It impacts everyone, a lot of people, and really, really appreciate everything you've done for the city of Selma. Thank you.
Welcome. And just one closing remark, we try to do business locally. When we came in with our subcontractor, MB Transportation, in 2018, same time you folks got the maintenance contract, one of the requirements in our RFP was that they would relocate to where our maintenance facility was going to be. And we chose Selma, and we exercised that option in the agreement to say, you need to relocate in the city of Selma. And they currently have an office downtown next to Central Valley Engineering Services there. A lot of the drivers that they hire, they try to hire local. We're having a hard time with drivers. It's a national epidemic. But where I'm going with this is that all the supplies that they buy local. The maintenance facility buys all their parts locally here. And I'll just mention a couple of vendors: Napa, Riley's, AutoZone, all of it here. And I can tell you some of those expenses are up in the $500,000 mark. So you guys can, take away the tax on that. So it's really a holistic approach that when we make an investment, and I think you folks know about that. You talked about your fees earlier and different things like that, and you always follow the money. And for us, we want to make sound investments just as you, city, and stewards of your tax base and funding. We're doing the same thing, but it's a collaboration with another municipality so that we all benefit from it. And at the end of the day, our residents, my passengers, your residents, get the best service from both parties. And I think it's a win-win situation. And I hope to continue to work with you folks, because you're going to see a lot of other projects come before your council so that you can take a look at it. And some of them are going to involve property so that we can come in, do joint partnerships. You may own the property, we do the construction, and there may be a private developer for the tax benefit agreements, a PPA. public-private agreement, things of that nature. There's so many opportunities that are before us, not me, not you, but before us, and I want to continue that momentum. So again, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Very much. Did anyone from the public have a comment they'd like to make at this point? Come on up, sir.
Once again, Jim Avalo, 1701 Dinuba. First, I like, Isaac, you're right on. It was redevelopment agency on the money. Way back then, those properties were created for every city, what we call redevelopment agencies that were for cities to grow. And like Selma, we had, property for redevelopment that was to develop businesses to grow and great cities get tax revenue. We weren't going to make any, the money was not, to sell the property was not to make money. We were going to get the money from the back end. We were going to get money from taxes, create the jobs. Like Moses said, we're going to create 60 jobs. And what was good about it, look how much money he's going to bring in the city of Selma. Boy, that's bang for your buck there, man. Thanks to Moses, being a good person, and choosing Selma. And also working for Caltrans and knows the history of that picture up there. It's good the relationships we have with individuals like Moses. See, and I'm gonna tell you something about Moses. He's on the cutting edge. This guy's like what they call Einstein, because he's I'm bragging about you. No, because he's improving the cities, not just the city of Selma, but the entire Fresno County. He's developing transportation for everybody, energy efficient. He's thinking of the future of cities, all cities, and he step up to the plate. Guys like him are diamond in the rough. You don't find them. When you get them, you keep them. So I thank Moses because you know what? He's donated. You walk out there for the cars. You donated what, 2 of them, right? Am I correct? 2 of the energy charging stations? Yeah, 2 charging stations, not only the maintenance for the buses out there, but see, he also 2 gates, am I correct? 2 gates, opening gates, 3 gates? Oh, I didn't know that. Huh? An escape route. Okay. Okay, shame. No, but people like that, he's donated it out of, he chose Selma. Hey, he could have went to Kingsburg, could have went to Fowler. No, he came here. He did it here with a kindness of the heart because he loves Selma in a way. And you got to remember, guys like that, or like I said, diamond and rough, you keep them. You don't lose them because you develop a friendship, and you try to work with them. And this guy's, hey, this guy is a guy that you want to keep, man. You don't want to let him go, maybe you can tell his wife that too.
Thanks for your comments.
That's all I got to say, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a comment? Someone get the microphone to Ms. Delgadillo.
Gloria. Mr. Moses, what was your last name, please? Stites, thank you. Mr. Stites, thank you very much for everything that you have done for our rural communities and for in order to great does for almost 20 years. And she's an excellent employee, and she speaks very highly of you and of all that you do. She was promoted as a transit driver and up into the ranks in the maintenance of vehicles and huge vehicles. A woman, I'm so proud, Hispanic woman, Puerto Rican, Armenian woman to break through the ranks. And I'm very, very proud that you have given her the respect, the attention, the detail, and giving her an opportunity that my grandparents who live in Quebradillas, Puerto Rico, would be very, very proud of her. And I thank you for that. I would also like to say that the Mulligans were very, very happy to donate their property for the widening of all of the streets. The Mulligans have been
Can we keep it on the maintenance facility?
on the road, there's 3 Mulligans that live in the widening of that street. And they are very proud to give up their swimming pools because this is very important to the widening
Can we keep
of
it on the maintenance
connecting
facility, Ms. Delgadillo?
to the what? I'm sorry.
Maintenance facility, please. That's the topic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So much.
I'm sorry. But what I was trying to indicate is that connecting the transportation, it's vital because one day us super centurions, I hope, from the city of Selma are going to get to utilize all of these services. And we need that transportation. It's going to be vital to the city and to the citizens because we are going to have many, many people living beyond their 60s, 70s, 80s, into the 90s. And the super centurions.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
comments. With that, are there any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Robert Cervantes. I think we're missing the whole picture right here. The person in question is the agency, not the buyer. Buyer did nothing wrong. He just purchased the property. The agency is the one who did everything wrong. One, they didn't have an appraisal. Two, they should have when they mentioned the RDA, or that's why RDA went, Governor Brown took it out because there was a lot of sweetheart deals going behind doors on cities, rural cities like this ones. And that's why RDA is no longer available. Now, the agency in question right here is why they didn't do the proper procedures, getting an appraisal, put it on the public notice paper. I'm an investor. I could have purchased that property too and probably paid top dollars for it. So you guys exclude us, all the investors out from purchasing this property. So I think that the fault is on the agency. They didn't follow the normal procedures, proper procedures. So I think that the person who did this or the agency who were doing behind this thing, should be brought up and say why did they took this decision, make these decisions. Now, I strongly believe that those who were part of this should be held accountable, should not give them a free pass, because if you give them a free pass, they're gonna keep doing it and doing it again. So I think that hold those persons accountable who, did this, because that's taxpayers' monies we're talking about. And I want to ask one question. Did anybody here on this committee, on the council, including the mayor, do they sit on the Fresno committee? On the board? Did they sit on the Fresno board committee? Mayor, do you sit on the Fresno board committee?
I don't know what the Fresno board.
Or the Fresno
community
County
means.
committee? Take
I
that
don't
back.
know what the Fresno County community means, sir.
The Fresno County Rural Transit Committee. Did you sit on it?
I don't know what the Fresno Rural Transit Community. Do you mean the Fresno Rural Transit Agency?
Agency, yes, sorry.
Yes, I sit on the board.
You do
As
sit
a
on the
COG
board.
member, I sit on the board
The-
as the mayor.
You do sit on the board, right? So when this took place, were you on the board at that time? When the sale took place?
When the sale took place, I don't know if I was the actual mayor at that time. I don't know if it was a rotational system at that time.
All right, okay,
Mr.
okay,
Cervantes?
I'm gonna move on. Anyways, on the statute of limitation, when the property is not sold to the right, on the right price, then the law says that you got 4 years to go ahead and
Thanks for
bring it
your
back
comments,
for
Mr.
this.
Cervantes. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else have any comments at this point? Okay, we'll bring that back to council. This is a discussion item. If there's no more discussion, we will move on to item number 7, which is a consideration of a resolution approving a request to enter into an agreement with RRM Design, Inc. for professional architectural and engineering services on the Rockwell Pond Park project.
Mike Kirschner, Director of Recreation and Community Services, Mayor Robertson, members of the City Council. Next phase in our Rockwell Park project. We sent out a request for qualifications for professional architectural and engineering services. 7 firms submitted their statement of qualifications packet to the city for design. Following a review, 3 firms were selected to be interviewed. From those 3, 2 firms were interviewed. One at the last minute decided to back out because they had taken on other projects and felt that it would be too much for their company to handle. Our Assistant City Manager, Isaac Moreno, our Public Works Director, Shane Farrell, our Community Development Director, Fernando Santillan, Jerry Avalos of our project management firm, Veneer Construction, and myself conducted interviews. From the interviews, RRM was selected and negotiations with RRM was held, and a fee of $727,500 was negotiated, and RRM has approved the agreement and is ready to proceed. If approved, we'd have our kickoff meeting this Thursday, August 19th, and this would start the community meetings for input, and final conceptual master plan graphic would then come to City Council, and then the next phase would become a construction phase. I also wanted to just we are looking for other grants, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, to offset some of our costs, but I know our Assistant City Manager was going to answer some questions and just kind of give a real quick financial update prior to any conversation or discussion.
Yeah, Mayor, council members. So I know one of the topics we had earlier today, we want to talk potentially about what the park, what that budget looks like. Obviously, this is a large component, a large contract that goes along with that project. So we want to take a little bit of time and talk about financing, what that's going to look like in overall budget. So our budget for this project currently right now is estimated about 14.8 million. Obviously, you're all aware that we did receive a grant of 4.4. That's obviously not going to get the park all the way through. What we're currently proposing at this moment is to consolidate a lot of different funds here. There's other components that go along with where we're using potentially CMAQ grants to be able to bring the utilities in for a walking trail. We're looking at our impact fees from developments to help fund some of that gap as well. We're also looking at Measure K. For Park Capital Improvement Fund to help assist with that. Also, there's going to be some improvements to Delray Street. We're looking to our street funds to bring on some of that cost factor. So we're looking at multiple components that are going to be coming in here. So I've done some preliminary analysis and projections of our revenue streams from Measure K and impact fees potentially coming in. And there is a shortfall. So we are going to have a conversation here in the short term of what that shortfall looks like. Right now, it's estimated potentially at 6.4 million. Okay. We believe we can come together and strategically figure out how to fund that gap. We were having some conversations with our municipal advisors on what that debt structure potentially looks like. We're also looking at maybe doing a pension obligation bonds, which will relieve the stress of the UAL payment and give us some savings in that component to be able to allow us to take on some of the debt that can take on some of this relief. So we're going to see a complete package come to you so that we can discuss this project. As you're all aware, we know there's a shortfall. What does that shortfall look like and how do we get it done? So collectively, we'll come together and have that conversation here in the short term. But as a preliminary analysis, again, the budget right now is projected at 14.8, and there is a shortfall. Given our revenue streams that are coming in, again, we'll assess that together, and you'll see what all those numbers look like. Is there any questions on that component of it?
Council, have any questions at this point?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. You're saying that our budget right now, we're looking at a $14.8 million?
That's correct.
And so the grant that we have is 4.4 million.
That's correct.
So I'm looking at a shortfall of 10.4 million.
Correct.
not
So
6
I brought up some analysis as far as revenue streams, as far as potential grants that we're going to, so some street funds that we're going to be throwing in there. It's going to be multiple funding sources coming together to get this project done. So the gap that I explained to you is because we're filling some of that void with impact fees and other revenue streams to be able to get that done. So that's why you're seeing a net estimated shortfall of 6.4 instead of the full 10. And that includes the purchase of the property, that includes soft cost, and the construction cost, all the way through the project itself.
And so remind me, if this doesn't get built and we don't build it and we're not gonna, have it ready by the date that we need to have it, then we're gonna have to pay that $4.4 million.
We're responsible for whatever costs we did incur. So whatever reimbursement we did to that point, yes, we would be liable for that money.
And is that the minimum cost, the 14.8 million? To put in a park with some soccer fields? Or is that the total build out based on the design that the
We
city
don't
would
have
like to have?
we
with
don't
the
have a
park?
design at this time. Obviously, this is what the architect's going to assist with, but we have some lock-in amenities per the grant, right? We have some basketball courts that we have to put in. We have open space. So we have a calculation using the amenities that are proposed via the grant that we know we have to put in, and then we kind of structure it around that.
And per the amenities that you put in the grant, to get the grant, the city put in, is that 14.8 million, or could the designer pare that design down to just cover the amenities that the city put in to get that cost down so that it's a doable project?
That's going to be part of the conversation we have with the architect and how we kind of get this to where we need to be. Again, this is a preliminary estimate, but it is taking in all the amenities that are required us for this grant. So it's taken it, yes, it is a high level overall estimate. Once you get a full design, you can kind of structure that a little bit better and get that fine tuned. But that's what given what we have now, what to work with, this is a high level, but it is an estimate that we've started with.
But it
And this
sounds
is
like
standard.
the design it will help the city to be able to make a more precise estimate with professionals who, if you go to them and tell them, hey, we only have so much, these are the amenities, I'm sure everybody will be on the same page, and there could be like scalable plans.
And so what you do
one is
too, when
the,
you
like,
go out,
Plan A, Plan B, Plan C.
well, what you do when you go out to bid, you create options for yourself, right? You create bid alternates, and that's how you take into a scope of a project. You have your core, but you had out alternates and kind of fit where you can with the money that you have to be able to get the project done. So you create options for yourself as a financing mechanism to say, okay, do we really need this piece? And put it at alternate, and let's just get our core, and potentially we can pick up some of this stuff, obviously depending on how the bids come in. So it's just how you look at it going through the process and how we
But
structure
the
it.
state isn't gonna pull the funding as long as those core amenities that were put in the original grant application are included in the park. And then afterwards, if the city gets funding, the city could put in those additional elements of the park that would respond and would make it more of a park later on, but maybe are not financially feasible right now. Is the designer aware of that? Are they willing?
That
to
is
work
part of the
with city?
conversation we'll have with the kickoff.
RRM is online. Part of the package clearly outlined what we were required to put in. So
And then the
this is
grant
the-
writer was the one that said 4.4 million, right? Go for 4.4. You won't get more. I think the city wanted to try to get
Yeah, we
more.
originally applied for about 7.5 million. There was a couple items that the state was not going to fund, like infrastructure. The state will not fund infrastructure from the point of contact to the property line. They will only fund from the property line into the park of infrastructure. So we had to remove some things. We added some things back in, but we were told you need to go to this amount because we want to fund a lot of cities. And if you go higher, then you're not going to.
It just seems like the lesser problem, the better idea would be to build what we can rather than have to try to go for a $15 million project and have to give $4.4 million back. We'll try to get what we can, what's feasible in the meantime, and
Yeah,
I
so
know,
again,
but
that's where the
incorporate that.
architect comes in as far as designing it efficiently, right?
Right.
How many lots do we actually need as far as parking stalls? What does the whole package look like bundled together? And then we do another estimate and we keep doing estimates, right? So council will be aware when we get those estimates and how we're proceeding and what those numbers look like as we go through the process.
It's important to, if I could just,
This point, I'm sorry.
I have a question. Mike, let me ask you, how many RFPs did you receive? Did you
7.
get 7?
yes. RFQs.
Or-
This is
Well, I'm
request for
sorry.
qualification. Yes.
Okay, but we did send it out for bid, right?
It went out for people to, companies to submit. Yes, there was a date. and
Okay.
deadline.
So it went out for a formal process, yes.
I know when we first talked about this, and this, I'm gonna bring it up because I questioned it a few months ago. We were at that time, you said it was gonna run about 9 to 11 million. And I clearly stated, we only got 4.4 million. Where's the rest of this money gonna come from? I mean, now we're at 14.8. So
When the packet went out, it had 9.6, so that was the park itself. That's what was, we talked about, then I was in the staff report. The additional money was infrastructure. This whole 14 million covers infrastructure to the park. It talks about the bridge, it covers the expansion of DWF Avenue. So it's beyond just the park. The 9.6 that we discussed was just the budget for the park, knowing that there'd be extra costs too, that was outlined.
Questions at this point?
So I'm looking at Mr. Nelson's diagram over here, or this board over here, and I'm looking at DWoof. I'm looking at Floral. How are we gonna put a park and, create that infrastructure? Because the property, this park is gonna be further in, right? To where we're looking at right here, the Floral and DeWolf, right? It's not gonna be in that gray or green corner, or where is it gonna go, the park?
That'd be on north of the pond.
Yeah, you
North
can
of
see
the
it from
pond.
that picture.
So,
You can't, it's not quite.
not
it's-
even on there.
so.
On the other side of the basin.
So I'm looking at it going, I know where Rockwell Pond is at, but what I'm looking at is I'm looking at how are you going to get in there? I know we've talked about this before, but the only way that you can come into that park is it's going to be through Floral. It's going to be off of Dinuba if you come off of the 99. There's no way that unless we open up those streets like Mr. Nelson's talking about, there's no way into that park. And so I'd hate to spend this much money and the park is not accessible and we can't collect any fees because it's, based on the tobacco initiative. So it's just going to be, it's just hard for me to picture how people are going to get there if we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the accessibility. So I don't know what we're looking at to get into that park.
So Delray Bridge will be its primary access as far as a point of
DWoof.
access. I'm sorry, DWoof
DeWolf
will be its
Bridge.
primary entrance point and where the park will be located.
So that would still be going through Floral to DeWolf.
The floor would be one of my primary entrances. Yes, Stillman doesn't go all the way through, but there is Rose that goes all the way through, and there is other streets that go all the way through, like Nebraska goes all the way through. So depending on which side of the city, you can get access through that way and get to that section of town.
When you're talking about fees, too, I didn't make sure that's understood. The conversations of complexes always come, sports complex. This grant is for open parks for the community.
Mhm.
It's not going to fund baseball fields where you're charging $2 for everybody to come in and the people can't go on a weekend and use the park. This is an open park. That's the grant. It has to be open. Now, you can maybe have a ball field there or add more things on your own. That's fine.
Mhm.
But it's not going to fund a complex where you're charging people to get in.
Mhm.
And if one of these residents want to just take their kids on a Saturday and they're not allowed to go in unless they're paying, we wouldn't get this grant. This is an open park.
Mhm.
Our highest need was open space. I think you heard from youth soccer. They participate in all of our
No,
community meetings.
and
Youth football, there's nowhere for them to practice.
Mhm.
The school's
Mhm.
closed. This is all we have, the open fields. We want
Yeah,
lights.
and
Youth soccer needs to practice. Youth football takes up our fields. And so it's very hard. And so this was a priority and the community picked their priority as a community.
And I totally agree, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I totally agree that we need it because it is something. I'm just thinking about if it's gonna be, it doesn't look like it's easily accessible, is my concern, is that it doesn't look like it's easily accessible to just take your kid to the park. What if they don't have a car? They're gonna have to walk all that way to get there. It just doesn't seem really feasible to get there. It's not accessible, I should say.
So when we talk about the access point and things that we're currently having conversations with, we talked about a walking bridge potentially and how the utilities will work. So within the basin itself is what we're proposing to put a walking trail to connect to future development in the future. So as that all gets built out and potentially the shopping center gets built out, you can have that connectivity and make it walkable to get out there too as well. So these are all things that we're looking at to make sure that we have those primary access points, right? It should be walkable. You're right. And that's why we're trying to assess that walking trail to get it there. You should be able to bike to it, right? So we are assessing biking trails and what that looks like as well. These are all conversations that we're having, which also go into the design of the park itself, right? So these are all the points that you're making are conversations we're currently having, because traffic flow is one thing, but access is another, right? You don't want to build a park where people can't get to, but you need to build a park as well that's going to be large enough. So we need 28 acres. It's not readily available as many places as we can. We have to look to what we can, one, afford, two, what's readily available. So these are all aspects we've been looking at for the scope of this project.
And then one more final key point too. When you look at the areas, there was certain criteria, your community household. And so, yes, no matter where we build 20-acre park, there's going to be infrastructure, there's going to be cost. So maybe it's a little higher here, maybe it's not a little higher. But if we applied maybe a certain area where everybody says we could build it, we may not have qualified. We looked around where we could qualify, and like Isaac said, where open land was. Yeah, you've heard me say Lincoln Middle School is the furthest distance for residents to get to a park. I would have loved to try to find a spot over there. But you're talking about $80,000 to $90,000 a household. It wasn't going to give us the points to score. And so, yes, we went out and got the grant. Council gave us the green light to go out for the grants. And nothing's changed about this in the last few years. So, you apply for grants, and then we were fortunate to get it. We should go.
Yeah.
City of Patterson's called me, City of Kerman's called me, City of Reedley's called me, City of Dinuba. They're all asking us how we got this project. So, I'm just here tonight. I just love to build a park. And I understand all the yays and nays. It is a park. 1985 Schaefer was the last one. So I appreciate all your questions, and, I'm passionate about this park. To be honest, this is the first place I would want a park, but this is where we got the park. And I've been here 25 years, and sorry, Selma, you don't have high enough density. That's what I kept hearing. They came out and says, look at all this property. Well, and then you look at City of LA, got 6 parks because they have 25,000 people in that little half-mile circle. I can get 6,000 at the most in my little half-mile circle. And so we fought hard, as rural cities have fought, changed the rules, and legislators changed the rules. So I love this predicament we're in. We got the money.
Yeah,
and I understand the conversation. So I'm not fresh. I'm just frustrated because I want a park, but I understand the dilemma we're in, and I understand we always knew there was going to be a little deficit. So I really apologize. That 9.6 was talked about the park, and we knew it was going to be a little higher. And so, that's kind of where we are. We've had conversations on the other property too, where Walmart owned. The stats are about the same, but they are a little higher. It's really hard for me to get enough residents in that area. And so,
No, and I know, I appreciate all your hard work and everything. These are concerns that I'm thinking about because people are asking me, how are you going to build that park? And then nobody's going to access it. It's not going to be accessible. So those are the questions I'm being asked. And so, and this has been in the process, I know, since like 2018. So it's been a
we started
process.
2015.
15, yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to do a 6-acre park, and there's nothing we can do. So to answer your one question, I did hear some comments from people. Well, we drive to Schaefer. My kids don't walk to Schaefer. For Little League, they drive to Little League field. So there are some parents out there to realize we're going to drive. They just don't feel safe letting their kids walk. Now, I understand Flora gets busy. I mean, we all know that. I try to avoid 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock like all of us do. We try little shortcuts. So I was excited about Stillman too. But there are parents out there to say, well, I'm going to drive my kids anyway, because I'm not going to let my child walk to youth soccer practice. But yeah, you're right. It will be a little congested, but
Who knows? Maybe we might be able to open that up before it even gets open.
yeah, it's going to create some development. I think this is going to be a spark. That's how the county feels too.
Comments from council before we open it up? That, would anyone like to have
And
any
then
input on
RRM is
any?
online too, if you had any questions for them.
Say that again?
RRM is online too, if you had questions.
Thank you. People raising their hands. Anyone like to comment? Can you give Ms. Delgadillo the microphone, please?
Gloria Delgadillo. I'm very, very excited about this park. It's been a long, long way. 1985 is a long time to finally get a new park. And I visit my sister in Yuma. Yuma, Arizona is known for its parks. It's a snowbird city where that city becomes millions of people coming into Yuma. Their sales tax just quadruples. My sister is a grocery store manager for Albertsons grocery stores. And when we go down there, we go to all the parks and they are magnificent. I mean, Yuma is hot. It might be 121 degrees, but people are out there walking. And Yuma has a lot of character. The beautiful landscaping of the desert is remarkable in the evening. It is a very beautiful place for a park. I can picture this beautiful park. And I also visit Lake Tahoe. For the past 20 years, I have gone to South Lake Tahoe with my husband. We own property in South Lake Tahoe. And they took a park, and it is in the area where the billionaires live. It is a most magnificent park there, and it's got ramps for handicapped people. The children can go there, the adults go there. There are electric bikes available because that is how the people can get around these magnificent areas that you can see. I think the most beautiful landscape we have is our farmland. I'm very, very proud to be a farmer. I have been a farmer all my life.
That park, please, ma'am.
And the park will oversee the farmland. So if you have these bike trails, I encourage you to make these bike trails upward, downward, and going so that we can see the beauty of all of the farmland that we have here in our city. The other feature is the water feature. It's natural terrain. It's a big win-win, and I'm excited. I can hardly wait to ride my bike out there and walk. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna get up, sir. We can't take the microphone to you, but you've been getting up all night, so.
Okay, just skip my name and address, right? But I have, Mike, thank you for getting the money for the grant for the park, okay? I know you weren't, I know, I mean, you had hard work and everything. Thank you, okay? Well deserved. And the other issue I really, concerned, Isaac, I know you guys have conversations. You guys have a conversation with Cliff Italian. Guys, any conversation with Cliff Italian on this park issue? On this, I've been thinking, no disrespect for the R&M design company, but I was thinking if we can partnership with Mr. Cliff Italian and his architect and engineering, maybe, because he's going to try to develop a shopping center, right? If he does a shopping center, we do a partnership, like Dwight Nelson says, we got to entice the little goodies, right? So if we do this smartly, we could pull this off. Think about it, guys. If we have a conversation, Mr. Cliff, we could probably, I suggest maybe postpone this issue until we talk to Mr. Cliff Italian on this particular item. And just see where he's at on this issue. These are, because he's gonna put, if he's gonna put a shopping center like River Park, hey, that's gonna generate more money for the city of Selma. Like Moses is doing early, early when he made his speech. And it, by generating more money for the city of Selma, it generates more money for the employees of the city of Selma and better life for them, and better help, extra help. Right now, how many offices are we down now, sir?
We need to stay on the agenda, please.
Okay, I'll stay on the,
Please.
okay, we'll skip that.
Thank you.
Issue. Thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. But I suggest, maybe table this until you talk to Cliff Italian and see if he's willing to sit at the table and be a partnership of this issue.
Great. Thanks for your
Okay.
comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mr. Rebels. Anyone else have a comment they would like to make at this time? Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to council. And this is an action item tonight to approve the request to enter into an agreement with RRM Design. Did council members have any parting remarks tonight?
I was gonna ask earlier, can I ask, Mike, this will be Mike and Isaac. So we're looking at, close to $14 million, correct?
Correct.
Right. And we have about 4.8 or 4.5 million.
4.416 was a grant.
So, and our staff's recommendation would be to, on the shortfall would be float some bonds.
That's going to be an option. Well, again,
Right now, I've been writing my notes down and of course, we want to make sure we follow through with what we're thinking ahead with the $4.5 million or 4.8. So we're looking at look at floating bonds, development fees. And, when we look at this issue and we look at, and I'm talking to the council, in one way, we're talking to developers to come to our community. We're talking about incentives and we're asking them, give them incentives, come to Selma. And the other way, we're talking about development fees are going to pay for the park. And I want to make sure that because of the fact that our city staff goes and applies for a grant and we get it, we don't shoot the staff shortfall by saying, hey, you know what, you got it. We'll do what we can. The question as a legislator that I sit here and I say to myself, well, the question should be, what are we going to do as a staff, as a team? We're a team here. We have $4.8 million. We have a shortfall. We have $10.4 million shortfall. My belief would be that Isaac brought it up numerous times today in regards to we'll be talking and looking into future this development or floating bonds. And again, I don't want to kill ourselves with workshops, but I would table this item and bring it back to us and do some hard fact finding in regards to when you're talking about floating a bond. I'd like to know what agency it is. I would like to know the points on that. I would like to know what the longevity is going to be, what the impact's going to be to the city residents and to the developers. Because when we start talking about things like that, it actually, it can almost affect our growth pattern, floating a bond, because then we're utilizing expenditure, we're utilizing monies that we could be using to maybe produce growth in our community. So when you start to using the word floating bonds, I want to know what's the extent of the bonds, how far they're going to take us to, who's going to be impacted most. And when we talk about development fees, I want to know what we're looking at, what kind of escalators we're looking at, who we're going to charge, what developer are we looking at to charge. And these are all staff information. So we brought up some good ideas. You guys brought up some good ideas, but I need answers because at the end of the day, when I make a decision, I want to make sure I made the best decision that stands for our community. So that's where I stand, Mr. Mayor.
Council have any
Yes.
other comments?
I want to also echo that. I would like to, I know we keep saying workshops, but this is exactly what we need to do. We need to get in and know exactly how much this is going to cost. Yes, we talked about just a park, but if we don't have every nickel and dime in place, and know exactly where we're gonna get these fundings from. I don't want to leave here in, say, what we got for 2 more years or 4, whatever. And they say, well, it didn't get done. It didn't happen. I mean, we have to know it's going to happen. So I don't want to sit aside 2 more years and say, well, we're going to hope that maybe Measure K will pass. Or I want to hope that we might find some money in this other agency. I mean, we just kind of can't work that way. We got to know that these funds are going to be available. And we're not going to put, again, our citizens in an impact. Because now we're looking again, are we going to tax our citizens? I mean, those are things that we do have to look at. So I agree with that. We're going to probably have to table this.
I understand. I just be cautious. We need to do this quickly.
No,
We're on
I
a
get that.
timeline, the project now with construction. It seems so far away, but right now we're looking at December 2023 as a finish date. You can't predict rain. You can't predict just things happening, COVID again. So there's a timeline that we're really strict to. And when we had that transition of the property, you know, it was all in good ideas, but that took about 7 weeks. So we really couldn't do a lot of work too. So I understand tabling it. I just be cautious that it has to be done quickly. We can't wait another month before that meeting.
Mike, I have a question for you.
So
That $725,500, let's just say that we approved these $725,000. Is this coming out of the $4.8 million?
it wouldn't come from the grant. It would come from,
Would come from the city of Selma.
correct, one of our
So
other
just,
sources.
just an analysis. We spend $725,500. We get shortfall that, I'm just thinking ahead like we've been speaking. We don't find the money pertains to the 10 or $14 million. We're out $775,000. These are the types of questions that sometimes as a council member, we have to sit here and ask. It might not look good with the public, and I understand you because you have a passion for this, and this is it. And I'm with you. But I also have a passion to make sure sometimes we have to balance out the book. Balance out ourselves by saying that maybe taking a month or a week or 2 weeks and talking to our finance director and yourself and saying, hey, can you guys come back with some numbers and go back and do some phone calls and come back and bring something that actually brings to me some good hard evidence that's going to actually give me the authority and the ability to make that council member decision to say I'm okay spending $725,000 of our community's money. Because right now, I can't foresee that unless I see a little more people giving me some okays on, hey, giving me that you're going to charge developer fees and you're going to float a bond. That's not my answer. And I'm just speaking as a legislator of this community. So when we're talking about spending $725,000 right now for me, and I don't feel the foundation is solid, I want to take it back to the staff and I want to take it back to the council and say, that's my opinion. That's how I feel. And I think we should really be cautious spending $725,000 right now.
So I'm looking at the deadlines. For the design is 148 days. For construction, it's 209 days. I looked at I looked at your timeline. That's a year for design and construction. For the bid, the value bid, the one they actually use when they construct the park, and then another year for construction. So that's 2 years. So fast forward us right now to August 2023, and the deadline is when?
The deadline to have it completed would be March of 2024.
So that leaves a 7-month contingency period for any kind of overruns or construction. So how much time do you need? How much time do we have to do more research on this through you, to get more research from you in terms of funding?
So I will say that we have a very tight budget. Our construction manager has put together a timeline and estimated flux on how we can get this project done on time. Right now with his projection, we're in February 24 getting it completely done. So we don't have a lot of time within the window, but I will say that RRM has seen our current projections and say they can shave some of that time off, We haven't gone to the conversation of how much that looks like, but they do say that they can reduce some of that timeline. But just given our current projection and what that looks like, we don't have a lot of time as far as trying to, what our current window looks
Plus,
like.
floating a bond takes time. I mean, look at Measure O, look at Measure P. It took a committee. It took a lot of effort. And Measure P passed by one vote. So, you know, this community could be tired of being taxed, you know, to pay for these things that the city wants. So, you know, maybe another alternative would be to look for cost saving measures in the park itself, how the park could be scaled to meet the money that we have and that you think you'll have with reasonable confidence.
So when I referenced to a bond, I wasn't referencing to a general obligation bond, which is a tax measure in that sense. It's more of kind of restructuring what we're looking at and some of our obligations. And again, we're going to have another conversation just after this one about art and what that looks like too as well. So this is a large financial picture that we're going to be looking at
So that's a
when it comes
potential
to this
source for money,
project.
too.
I'm not identifying that as a project source. I'm saying we're going to look at all our funds, right? To get this project done and how we can get that coming together. So not just staff, but council feels comfortable moving forward.
But I
So
think
that
you're
is
hearing
kind of what
tonight that
direction
we're
we're
not
going.
feeling comfortable. You're hearing tonight that we need more information and
I agree.
we don't, you know, we don't want to hit the deadline. We want to beat the deadline, but we need more information about the funding.
But I want to caution you when you start talking about the ARC money, because that
Yeah.
money, we want to, you really think about infrastructure. This community's been strapped down for 8 to 12 years because of infrastructure. And from the federal level to the state level, the number one sounding bite has been infrastructure. That can kick off this whole community. So I want to really caution you in regards.
So again, I'm not identifying a funding source at this point in time. I think we just need to have a big picture about all those items, right? And infrastructure is
The
one of the
next meeting,
priorities
does
of the
that give
city.
you enough time?
And so we're going to have that
Is that
conversation.
enough time to get your alternatives, to get us some scalable
So
alternatives?
I've already started a
3 weeks.
preliminary analysis and talked about that with our MAs and how we can structure different things. And that was our next step.
And maybe you could talk to Cliff Titellian too, who is doing you know, that project out there and is going to be a potential funding source. I know he has reached out several times and I know he wants to work with the city in terms of what he's doing to get a shopping mall going there, which would provide the city. Can the city really depend on that? I mean, can they determine that he's going to put a shopping mall in? No, but at least you could reach out and find out what he's planning on doing and see how the city and the developer could work with each other to help each other out. Because that land bridge, the purpose is to get people moving back and forth, right? Between the commercial area and
Yeah,
between the
we've
park.
had a couple meetings with him.
Right.
The Land and Water Conservation Fund, which funded Schaefer Park. You know, when you do a Land and Water Conservation Fund, it has to be there forever. But we are looking with Public Council and Affairs. We just had a conference call last week of applying for the bridge to them.
They got you they got the city 4.4 million. They could work on it again. You know, there is money out there. So am I hearing from the council that we want to hear, we'd like to hear more about this in 3 weeks at our next council meeting? As
That's
another
September
agenda
7th.
item. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. So do we need a vote to table this until that time? Is there a motion? to
I'll make a
table this?
motion to table.
Is there a
Second
second?
it.
Call the roll, please.
Member Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 8, presentation and discussion on American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Give me one moment. I was going to use my tablet, but I think after 5 hours, I think it's going to die. So let's try a different way.
Mr. Mayor, can we not?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So tonight we'll be talking about the American Rescue Plan, our act itself, and how it kind of gets established and what it looks like for the city. As we're all aware, this is an objective that's come through the federal where as cities and municipalities, different sizes, counties, tribes, even of that nature, are receiving some type of fundings from this act that has come together. So you see about 195 billion going to states, 130 billion go to local governments, 20 million go to tribal governments, and another 4.5 going to territories. Next slide, please. So when you start breaking this down and how it all looks, you have different components and they break it down to sizes of the populations within the communities. The city of Selma is identified as a non-entitlement unit, which basically means that we're a smaller municipality. Non-entitlement units of government defined in section codes. Basically what it's referring to is we're less than $50,000 in population. Okay, it's really just how you're defining, kind of get into that rubric. And what that means is the larger organizations themselves got direct allocations where our allocation actually went to the state and it got filtered back this way from there. So that's kind of how the gist of what your organizations look like. They do break it down to the groups. It's not that you get a different allocation, it's just how you receive the funding and how you get allocated. Next slide, please. So for the city of Selma of allocation, again, went from the Fed to the state and then to us. We received our first payment in July 13 of 2021. The total allocation that we are going to be receiving is $5.9 million, just over, okay? We do receive that in 2 tranches. The first payment, again, we did receive in July, and we're expecting to receive that second payment 12 months from that standpoint, okay? Which is a good thing. Will allow us to actually collect the interest on the first payment as we deem we need to utilize it. Next page, please. So the funds, yes, these funds are restricted. There's a lot of things that go around these, and these are kind of the goals and objectives and how you can set these parameters and these funds can be utilized. The first one being public health expenditures. Next one, addressing economic impacts caused by public health emergency. Replacing lost public sector revenues. Another one is premium pay for essential workers. And then there's also a capital improvement plan within it for water, sewer, broadband infrastructure. So what I'm going to do now is kind of take you through these categories. This is really a high level presentation. We're not going to drill too far into the weeds. I kind of just want to give you an overview of what these categories look like. And so next slide, please. So the first one, public health expenditures. Some of the subcategories and within the details of these sheets, COVID-19 mitigation prevention, medical expenses, behavioral health care, public health and safety staff. So I highlighted that one in red because I'll kind of talk about it a little bit later and how that will assist and free up some of these dollars potentially. Expenses to improve designs and health departments programs, eligible uses of addressing parties and public health outcomes. So that's one subcategory of the whole thing. Those are some of the bullets. There is some additional details that goes into it. Again, we're kind of at the high level, giving you a good overview of what these programs could do. Next one, please. So responses to negative impacts of the COVID response, right? So impacts on business, impacts to state and local governments, unemployment insurance, assistance in households, kind of broad, right? And SARS first, assistance for business programs and things of that nature, small business and nonprofits such as grants and loans. Okay, so these are all little components within the program itself that you can assist. Next slide, please. Loss in public sector revenue, very self-explanatory. There's different calculators out there from the organizations that I belong to allow you to kind of project out what the impacts of COVID-19 are and the revenue streams that you lost. So what that means is you can be able to take those funds, do that calculation, and outline it in the expenditure report, because we do have to report how we're going to utilize these funds. And you can actually potentially bring that back into the general fund. So it's just one of the mechanisms in which you can do that. Next slide, please. So premium pay for essential workers, very self-explanatory. Issuing out pays for essential workers within the period of time to eligible workers. Again, these really get defined. There is parameters around all these items that I'm bringing out to you. Again, just kind of high level. So we'll have further conversation on what these look like. Next slide. So investments in water, sewer infrastructure. So we talked about infrastructure and what that looks like for our city. We have multiple conversations today just about sewer itself, right? This is a potential component in how these can utilize in some kind of infrastructure improvement. You do see a lot of cities out there kind of utilizing this one. Some cities have utilities where they're saying, okay, we're going to put in a water well or things of that nature, because what that does is impacts their rate cases, right? So they can put in that new well or put in that improvement, but it stabilizes rate cases for them so the city can benefit from that and not have to take on those additional costs. Same thing with sewer. I mean, we don't have a sewer system in the sense that we own the system, but we don't maintain it, but we don't expand it necessarily too as well. So this is one avenue in which we can look to this funding source potentially to expand our city and what that looks like, right? We can start projecting out, okay, if we put a sewer system in this area, what does that look like? What kind of development potentially will that spur? What type of rooftops will that add to the city? So a lot of conversations you could have around this money and how you could allocate it in. So it just a big picture in how you look at it and what we're going to structure. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the one caveat that I really want to talk about. It's the interim final rule. So through this process, they have already issued out the money, right? Cities have already had the money and they're going forward. Some cities have chosen to move forward in how they allocate that money, but the interim final rule was issued out. They took comments until July 16, 2021, but the final draft is still not done. I don't have the final document that says this is what that you can do with it completely. They took comments all the way up to that period of time. They released comment questions and answers that we can kind of guide to, but the final rubric is still not there. And I don't have a deadline in which that's actually going to occur. Now, having stated that, some cities have moved forward and said, we understand what these broad objectives and what you're going to be doing. We feel comfortable moving forward. So if council wants to take that direction, that is something that you can do with the understanding there is potential risk. And it's really dependent on how you identify those funds and what you plan to do with them, right? So if you're heading, let's say, for against sewer, right? It's clearly there. There is an item there. It says it flat out. It's pretty clear objective. It depends on how you want to structure. Again, most cities are doing it in kind of multi-pronged approach. Some are hitting small business, some are hitting infrastructure, some are hitting premium pay. They're kind of commingling a bunch of little different things and putting it together as far as a package deal. Another thing you got to be aware of too is just a reminder that you don't get all the money up front. You get 2 tranches, right? So what does that look like as far as the bundled pocket or package? Do you start tiering something out as far as you utilize the money you have now, but next year's money is going to go to this, right? So it's really a good conversation as a starting point to understand where we're at so that we can now take this money and say, what are our goals and objectives that we just talked about as far as the city, and how does this money potentially fit into there, right? We talked about the park. This doesn't necessarily, we're using this as a park. This is just part of the global picture that we're going to talk about for when it comes to financing the money. Okay. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Go ahead.
Isaac? Okay, God, it's getting late. I'm just, but, okay, 7/16/21, you said they took up questions. When do you think you will have the final outlook of the rules for this?
I don't know.
Correct.
Everything I've seen, I haven't seen a hard dates. I even talked to Mary about this previously, and she didn't see a date out there as well. Really, what everybody's doing is just saying, be cautious of what you're doing, right? Look at what you currently have and how you want to format it, and let's have that conversation with that understanding that there is potential risk.
So you talked about infrastructure. So, and then we talked about the park. The park's gonna need infrastructure. So what you're saying is some of that, of this money could be used for the infrastructure of the park?
So there's kind of a 2-pronged approach if you want to look at infrastructure and sewer, right? It's all dependent on how we're going to stabilize that sewer system and what it's going to do. So the expansion of the sewer system as is and the conversations we currently have is really only going to feed that park. So it's going to be a little difficult to make that nexus between that two. But you can potentially bring a sewer line as far as you can with this funds to get it close enough to the park where you can get a lateral out there or something to that extent. So, I mean, we were having those conversations right now, but given the dynamic of our system and how it fluctuates, it's got to come from Rose Avenue, cut back across somewhere, most likely between the Walmart property or somewhere else, come hit Floral and then come back out and come around. That's a long haul. So, I mean, having the funds that we have, yes, it's a good chunk, but I can tell you right now, you can burn through that pretty quick. Talking about the projects that potentially we were out there. So It's, again, this is one funding source potential that we're looking at. I'm not identifying the park as a potential. I'm not making that recommendation. I'm just saying this is something we need to start talking about and start getting some direction on from council so we can have a big picture conversation. And again, we really want to start hitting our goals and objectives. That's why we do those things, right? So we'll bring those back to you. This is what council has said. How do you want to move us forward?
I just, the American CARES Act, it was never finalized. And the reason why I can tell you that is because I read the majority of it and I assisted a lot of businesses and they got a lot of money.
Mhm.
And right now, we're still getting amendments. Those 4,557 pages.
Mhm.
That was the final law. And so it's indefinite, because you keep on legislators and they keep on changing because they feel that they have a right. The only thing I want to say in regards to this is, Mr. Mayor, we've always been talking about the downtown. We've always been talking about homelessness. These are trigger points. And this is the reason why about a year ago, I told you guys, I wanted everybody to start doing analysis and keeping track of what was the amount of time we were being used, because it's all about impact. How has the city been impacted with, and if we can show proof and show the impactness, we can recoup money, which is actually recoup money to the city, and we can start using our downtown. It says, businesses that have been hurt, affected. Well, these businesses they get a grant or something that's going to help beautify our community and beautify our downtown. If we become creative and we actually sit down, and I propose that we table this item again and we move it, we make a workshop, we start talking to our developers and we talk to us legislators and we come with a good plan, I think we can become a force and we can really use this money to ignite our community, because we've been lacking the infrastructure, which will bring our developers. So I ask all of us to just start thinking about what, and go back. We go back, homelessness, downtown, broadband. Broadband is huge. Broadband is huge. So I just ask all of you guys to let's get together and start talking about getting this and sitting down and setting some.
And so when it comes to that rescue plan, kind of speaking to your points, there are other components outside of what the city is actually getting, right? There's, and one of the things they primarily told you going through this mechanism of how it's all going to be taken care of is make sure you look at those other funding sources and what they look like. Because you really don't want to put your money in one basket where you can potentially get it from over here because that money is available. So again, today's objective is really trying to get this wheel started, right? Let's have that open conversation on what that looks like. There's no clock that says you have to spend it today. Yes, there is a point in time where you have to exhaust that money and identify that, but the more we can put it to work for us, the better off we'll be. I mean, we've been talking about a new fire station. We've been talking about sewer, where we're talking about playground equipment. We've been talking about downtown. A lot of these projects that we've been talking about, yes, they will commingle and add up, but we need to have that open conversation so that we can get that direction.
Plus, we've got grant writers that also look for matching grants too. And a lot of this money we could use as a match, right? For some of those
It depends
grants
on
out
how
there.
you identify it and what it looks like. So I talked about one component where safety component or safety labor is an allowable expenditure. So again, the final rule is not there, so I have to disclose that, but you can do it similar to what we've done in the COVID dollars that we've received in the past, put it into the general fund, release the general fund from its other obligations, because you are identifying safety labor, and it's a large expense for us. It's one of our largest, right? So that potentially could free up those dollars in the general fund to allocate it to something outside of these parameters.
We're also aware of the spiraling costs for sewer infrastructure too. Councilmember Guerra and I met with our community development director regarding Amberwood, and that sewer cost just keeps going up and up and up. So, that's another allowable cost. If we could combine forces with Townsend, if there's some grant money out there, like Councilman Trujillo says, talk with the developers who are working on this, actually doing it. I mean, that's very important to have these discussions so that we can utilize. I mean, this is 5.9 million bucks. This is big time. That we could really do some good with this money and make a major impact on the parks and on broadband and on the sewer infrastructure and the broadband too. And how many people say we need faster internet around here? We need that. We definitely need fiber, and it's not cheap. So there's a reason the government is funding this, and that will bring us forward. and we're a non-entitlement unit, meaning we're a small city by many people's measures, but we're not small. We don't think we're small. We have these needs and we could really grow our city and make it more significant, make it a better place to live if we use these funds correctly and study it and make it a consultative process. So I agree that we need to take a look at this too. And this is a good starting point tonight, but look at how everything we're talking about tonight kind of focuses on this topic right here, you know, with the park and these needs and this additional funding. We just need to get creative and think about it and join forces and put it together.
Yeah, so that's kind of my objective, is to kind of get that information to you guys, to get those creative fluids moving so that we can have that open conversation.
I have a quick question. You mentioned that we had already received half of it,
Correct.
in July. So is that like in a bank account earning interest? Is that what
It's
you
in our
said?
LAIF account for your interest, correct?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify just to.
Yeah.
make sure.
Did the public have anything they'd like to say at this point about this? Okay, Ms. Delgadillo? Give her a microphone. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, thank you, Victoria Delgadillo. I think it's really important to look at the increase for the city employees. They all deserve $4 or $5 or $6 more an hour, whatever it might be, to increase their pay during the COVID period of time. The other thing that I think is extremely important is the water. The water has been overlooked in our city for way, way too long. And just in my personal research of the water company was owned by Cal Water starting in 1962, the year of my birth. Up until that time, the water had been owned by PG&E, and there were 2 wells on PG&E's property where we know 9 chemicals were excavated from that property. If you look at the infrastructure below our city, one of the main lines goes to Schaefer Park. Chemicals that were being used for the manufacturing of the gas goes straight to Schaefer Park. That is where the chemicals landed. I think it's very important for the city to check and do a study of chemicals in that park where the water pipe drains, because our children, especially our children, play there in that park. The other area that I suggest that you look at would be on Manning Avenue. 7 people on Manning Avenue were caught by the state of California, and they were using chemicals, because what they used to do was they took these big, big power poles and they would dip them in this chemical residue. Water is very, very important, and it is mentioned here many, many times. I believe that the water is critical to the city, it's critical to our health, and by all means, without good water, we will not live to be super centurions. And I would love to live beyond 100 years old. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment at this point about preliminary discussion on the American Rescue Plan funds? Okay, with that, we will bring it back to council.
Mayor Robertson, I do see someone that we have online with their hand raised.
Absolutely.
Hi, caller ending in 514. Your line is open. Did you have a comment for council? And if you would, please state your name.
Hi, this is Ramza Corey, 1927 High Street in Selma.
Go ahead,
Hello?
Ramza.
Oh, okay. Hi. Sorry. I think they patched me in because I was on hold. My comments are actually on item number 6, not on the current item. Is it okay for me to speak now, or would you like me to just wait till the end of the discussion
Yeah,
on this
can
one?
you wait till oral communications at the end, Ramza, please? And we'll get back to
Yes,
you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay,
Thank
with
you.
that, thank you. Council have anything additional they would like to say on this ARP funds disposition? Okay, since it's a discussion item, we will come back to this. And I thank everyone for a really lively, important discussion on a very important topic for the future of our city. And with that, we'll go to departmental reports. Mr. Interim City Manager.
In light of the hour, I have nothing to report this evening.
Okay. City Attorney,
I have nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Community Development Director.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I did plan on giving a quick update on building and planning projects, but given the time, I'll leave it up to you for me to still give that report.
You're good next meeting? Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Finance.
I'm good.
City Manager, thank you. Public Works. Got your presentation ready. Fire Chief Peterson. Thank you, sir. Commander Garza. Thank you. Parks and Community Services.
Although you guys, they kind of ask us to, the California Arts Council does request, much like the PGD, just to honor them in public, but the California Arts Council did fund the Arts Center $20,500 for general operating expense. And that's a very good grant because that goes directly to the deficit. You know, we don't have to start a new program. And we do have a new Century Club member. I'll be bringing the family that has 106.
Amazing.
And unfortunately, she fell and broke her hip. So I'll try to catch her next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that information. Council reports, Council Member Mendoza Navarro.
I usually don't do a lot, so this time I did a lot. I'll try and keep it really brief. So yes, I did contact Raina through Raina. She spoke to Mike Kirschner. I did get a call from Miss Everett Pierce's daughter. She turned 106 yesterday. And so she has survived a hip surgery at 105. And so she's recently in rehab. They had originally postponed the drive-by, but I guess it ended up happening after all yesterday. So they did do a drive-by for her, and it was on channel 30. She was recovering, and then she ended up falling again. And so poor thing, she's still at the hospital. And just a couple of things that I wanted to highlight. I wanted to say thank you to Commander Garza and Sergeant Holt for the amazing National Night Out that you guys had. That's just been something that I've always liked in our community. You know, I've been a participant with the Housing Authority for many years. And so I actually participated in the National Night Out. I had a little table out there. I met with the community, met with police staff. I took a tour of the station. I witnessed the firefighters use the jaws of life. And I just have to tell you, those gentlemen, or that the firefighters have a very important job, and they have to always be in the know about the different technology and stuff, because they could potentially, with the hybrid vehicles and the electric vehicles, they could potentially cause more harm than good. I did participate in the the Antioquia Ministries backpack giveaway. And at the National Night Out, I did give out some school supplies and some backpacks, and some of the seniors actually took some of the stuff that I was giving out, because they said they wanted it for their Bible studies and stuff like that. So I said, sure, take it. I did attend a League of Cities, a League of California Cities membership meeting. This is a league where it's 37 cities, and it's South San Joaquin Valley Division. So it's our neighboring cities: Sanger, Fowler, San Joaquin, Reedley, Kingsburg, Dinuba, just to mention a few. And then they are having their annual conference on September 22nd through the 24th in Sacramento. I did attend the concerts in the park on Friday, and it was really nice to see everybody out there. It was a cool breeze. And it was really nice. We just had to leave early because my husband was really hungry and the hamburgers weren't enough. Sorry. I did attend the grand opening for La Michoacana Plus Ice Cream Parlor on Saturday. I don't think they're part of the chamber, but I had a really good conversation with the owner, and he said our staff was very helpful with his process. So thank you very much, staff. And then I did do I attended the groundbreaking at the Hampton Inn, and I met briefly with the Farney family, and we're trying to schedule something to have a little bit more conversation with them. But I just want to thank staff for all their hard work. And that's it. I was really busy, so I wanted to say what I did.
Councilmember Trio.
Well, good, thanks to staff for all the hard work you guys been doing. August 6th, Chamber, good job. Great job with the farmer's market. You guys did a good job. You guys are doing a good job. Donated the music there for the August 6th. On August 8th, went with Pastor Joe Antioch Church, helped out, give out backpacks. Kids were there receiving backpacks. That was a great time. August 10th, myself, my business, and Pastor Marty, Christ Driven, and Nelson Hardware. We joined forces where Pastor Marty's Christ Driven and Nelson Hardware bought 150 backpacks for the comprehensive youth services, and they gave out backpacks. I was in charge of buying all the supplies, so we did a great job. That was good partnership between all three of us. August 13th, went to listen to music again. It was a great time. Thanks to Bob and the chamber. They do a great job. I want to end it with this. Last week or last city council meeting, a resident came up and asked us all, why did you run? What's you guys' heart? What ticks in you? Why did you decide it? I want to say this. I ran, my points were integrity, accountability, and leadership. And one of the biggest points of being in council for the last 2 years has been being able to adopt fiscal policies that will enhance our community. Questions we ask, sometimes they seem to be harsh and seem to be, however they are looked at. But we're here to make sure that the integrity of the Selma is looked upon as strong, because the people that work for Selma, they take food to their kids, they sit down, they have a good, and you want that. And I really, really, really want all the staff members to know that I appreciate them. My businesses go out to them. I've taken pizza, food to you guys. And I just want you guys to know, I have all good intentions in my heart to help Selma. And that's what I'm here for. I'll always be here. I will always be donating my money. Hopefully I can donate some physical time, because I know that's a question, but I thank you guys. Okay.
Member Guerra.
I also attended the National Night Out and the dedication of Dr. Louis, which was very nice. And then also I attended the Hampton Inn break ground. So that was really a great, another business that's coming that is really bringing more jobs and revenue to our city. No, it's getting late, sorry. On a personal note, I just want to say, my daughter-in-law had her baby shower this weekend, so we had a beautiful event. And my daughter Bella started school, so she's a freshman at the high school. So that went really well. So that's it for me.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I did, let's see, the dedication for Dr. Louis' room was very, very nice. It was really good. His wife is really, really touched on that one, because I talked to her afterwards. And I did help some backpacks also with the Legacy Center. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work and staying up with us tonight. Councilman Trio and I, we did do our community service and picked up trash this last weekend. And it's not for our sentences, but it's for beautification of Selma. So that was pretty neat. We did pick it up with former council person Mike Durr. So it was like the three of us was out there picking up trash. It was pretty good. The one guy asked, "Are you coming back next week?" I said, no. So it was good.
Thank you. I attended the National Night Out. I was there for the dedication of the community room at the police station, honoring the memory of Dr. Stan Louis. I had a developer send me a progress email on his apartments at Highland and Nebraska. So there are places for apartments at Highland and Nebraska. Just have to be creative, right? And work with city staff, Jay Singh. So he's excited about working with the city. I thought it was a very nice email on the status of that project, and appreciate all the developers who are coming to Selma. And a few years ago, we wouldn't have gotten Mr. Nelson to come out to talk. We wouldn't have gotten developers to come out to our city council meeting. So Selma's definitely in play. Selma is moving forward, and that's a good sign that people have all these ideas and want to contribute and make their input to our city. I attended the backpack giveaway at the neighborhood that was sponsored by the Neighborhood Resource Center, co-sponsored by the city. That was very nice. Attended that concert in the park. I want to update everybody briefly on the summer swim that the Selma Healthcare District funded and has funded since 2013. This year, a total of 373 community swimmers took advantage of the pool, which is very nice. For $1, anybody can go and swim during the summer months, which is very nice. I would like to ask staff one last thing. I'd like to ask staff if they can find out if the Fresno Regional Fire Training Center is available to us in Selma as well. Senator Hurtado said that it should be, but we should get that in writing from the city of Fresno. Chief, did you get confirmation of that?
It is available to all the departments in the region. That was one of the ways that they were able to, that assisted them in securing the funding, was making it a regional facility.
Got it. Okay, that's good. So I'm assuming Selma will be utilizing that resource
Absolutely.
at some point. Looks like a great thing.
It should be. I'm really interested in seeing how they set up their swiftwater rescue
Sounds
class out
good.
there.
I'll end with a biblical quote. Jesus said in Matthew, "He who exalts himself will be humbled. He who is humble will be exalted." So I really love that quote. And with that, we'll move on to oral communications. Do we have a caller on the line? I know Rems has been hanging on.
Hi, Ramza, your line is open.
Thank you. Again, Ramza Corey, 1927 High Street. I would like to clarify some points raised by Councilman Trujillo regarding the conflict of interest in the BPO of the parcel mentioned in item 6 of the agenda. And this is not the first time, honestly, Councilman Trujillo refers to the fact that I'm a real estate broker and volunteering on the Planning Commission as a conflict of interest. This question was asked to the city attorney at the time of my original appointment. The only time there's a conflict of interest is if an item is brought in front of the Planning Commission and I have an ownership interest or a financial benefit from that item. I would then have to recuse myself. In the case of the BPO, it's not a conflict of interest. I did not get paid to give a broker price opinion. It was simply a service to the city. I've lived in Selma for 17 years and I've been a realtor in this town for 14 years. I'm the #1 agent in Selma and in the top 25 agents in Fresno County amongst over 3,500 agents. So, I mean, I love my town and I love giving back to my community, and I take pride in what I do. I'm also really good at what I do, and I believe that's why the city staff reached out to me and asked for a broker price opinion regarding this parcel. I made it clear that I'm not an appraiser, and as a service to the city, I pulled similar sales and comparables and sent those to the city staff for free, sharing with them based on those sales what I thought the value is at the time of the sale. So if the city staff and council at the time were not convinced that this was the best value or that the value is low, they definitely could have hired an appraiser, but the value was in line with our other similar parcels that sold. So keep in mind, please, in 2019, real estate market was not crazy like today. land value was not high at all. There was no really request for, land that made it so valuable. So that's why at the time, given the sales at the time, that was the best value. And again, that was based on my opinion. That's why it clearly stated as a broker's price opinion. So I wanted to clarify that since Councilman Trujillo was asking the question for the public, I thought the public should also hear my facts since he questioned sort of my integrity. I have no interest or benefit in this parcel, whether it was to sell or not, whether it sold for high price or a low price. I just gave the city my honest opinion at the time based on their request. So I hope this makes it clear for everybody that what I did was not at all a conflict of interest, but merely a service to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other oral communications at this time? Anyone else on the line? Okay, Mr. Avalos.
Well, that was
I didn't
quick.
bring any tokens
Jim Avalos, 1701, again. This is the last communication I get, I'm hoping. First, I'd like to thank the employees that work for the city, okay? Really, you guys, when I first got on the council a long time ago, we had a lot of people. And during the shortfall of this, the economic, in this country, we took a downturn, we had to lay people off, and we had to restructure our city itself, not just, not just here in Selma, but to the nation. And we turned out people that became multitasked, that became heroes of our community. And you guys that work for the city, that's been here a long time with us, are heroes. You're heroes. You keep the city moving in a positive manner. I mean, you look at the streets are safe. I mean, to walk now, we had issues in the past, but we moved forward on them and we addressed them. But with the help of the employees of the city, made it happen. Because without their communication, without their effort, making the community strong, and I thank them very much, very highly. And I think when we come to I know I look at their agenda, 5 o'clock agenda. I hope that the council up there realizes their hard work and they should be paid for their hard work. The cost of living is 3.2 now. They should get more than 3.2 in the cost of living. That's my opinion as a public person, okay? But it also, we understand the economic, situations, but you know what, guys? We're gonna get past this. We're gonna get forward. We got Ross's. It took a long time to get him here. Scott, we're in Vegas. We talked to those people. Took a while. They got here. Wingstop, another one. We're looking at Target now next, Scott. You guys looking at Target and Costco, but the Costco maybe in the future. But once again, thanks to the hard work of the city staff, made it happen for us to go to these places. Okay, guys? And I thank you very much, highly. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments at this time? Is there anybody else on Zoom or online? Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to council. Is there a motion to adjourn our meeting tonight?
I'll make a motion to
Our
adjourn.
meeting is adjourned.